Our world has changed so much since I was a kid that things that I want to do now weren't even possible for me to imagine.
I don't even know if I knew it was called computer science or programming.
It all sort of happened by accident.
I was always excited about technology in some way, and people.
And I thought that was just really neat to be able to control the technology instead of just having it control you.
I think a lot of people wake up and they have an amazing idea. When you know how to code, you can go and actually make that a reality.
I'm the Deputy Innovation Officer.
I'm a design lead,
a UI designer,
Support engineer, software engineer,
developer programs engineer,
Chief Product and Design Officer.
I'm a VP.
I'm the CEO and founder, co-founder.
I am a coder.
By learning about engineering, computer science, and other technical fields, you can solve the really big problems.
We're trying to do things that could radically improve the world.
Things like transportation and health.
Making our cities better places to live and making people more connected.
A place for city kids to build and create.
I created a moon TV system to project video on the moon.
Computer vision technology.
Open source hardware company.
Measure air pollution with your mobile phone.
I love helping people do the things that they love to do more easily.
I really, really, really enjoy the fact that I get energy from so many people.
I just hope that I can see the world change in my lifetime. That inspires me.
So build it around something that you like.
Find something that interests you.
What are you passionate about?
Know what's the thing that's going to keep you going.
And you can really, really have an impact on the world.
Please write down your answer to I'm remarkable because.
So I'm remarkable because.
It's really hard.
Okay, I'm done.
How did it feel to write it?
Weird.
Hard?
Would you mind reading it out loud?
Oh my god.
I'm remarkable.
I'm remarkable because all the kids that I have taught actually love me and they still remember me till this day.
After I turned 40, for the first time in my life, I also tried things that I'm not very good at.
I can rhyme really well, but don't ask me to right now.
I'm funny. I think I am.
I follow my dreams once I figure them out.
I am remarkable because I challenge myself every day, even if these are small challenges.
Because I want my life to have meaning.
I'm remarkable because I survived cancer when I was 17.
Because I'm optimistic.
When I'm in tough situations, I stop and I smile. I'm a pretty good mom. I think I'm really doing a good job. That's it.
So how did it feel to say it out loud?
It felt kind of nice to say it out loud.
Pretty good. I think it's easier to say why we're not doing that well, to criticize ourselves.
You feel like you may have only one or two things to say, and then you realize that you have more, and you have more.
There's so many great things going on that when I forget it, all I have to do is think about these things, and then it's like a chiropractic adjustment in my mood. It's like,
Makes you think like, what else can I do?
There's so many women that have gone before me and have taken to the sky.
Do you think there is a need for women in space?
Well, is there a need for men in space?
All these women have been my role models and my inspiration, and I couldn't be here today without them.
Özlem Türeci is the woman behind a leading COVID-19 vaccine.
Women bring an energy to rap that did not exist before.
And the Grammy goes to Cardi B.
Who knows how many others could have been the first if they'd had the chance to try.
Pattern Beauty is launching.
I'm the first person in my family to start a business.
Let's talk about some glass ceilings being shattered.
Jugo Tabai summited heights no woman before her had reached.
We can show girls that anything is possible. It doesn't matter what they look like or where they come from. They can change the world.
It feels good to be liked. So whether we realize it or not, we usually feel most comfortable with people like us, who talk like us, work like us, who look like us. But a lot of people like each other in one place creates places that are a lot alike. And too much likeness holds us back. We're more innovative, profitable, and well, just right the more unalike we are. Women Techmakers is working toward true gender equality in tech. And we need everyone in tech to help us reach this goal. Like Sabrina Farmer, who is sponsoring, not just mentoring women in her field. Brenda Jen, who is supporting women coders through Girl Develop It. And Meko Karake, who is working with his team to understand microaggressions. And we need you. Not just to join us, but to bring someone with you. To be one of millions more women to join the tech industry. Let's get together. Because when everyone in the workplace sees others like them, we can see that we all have a place in tech.
afternoon, everyone. So thank you for coming with us today. Actually, this is our first face-to-face event after the pandemic for WPM. And we're really happy to see everyone. Actually, we really made it so intimate. You have the free will, you have the space to be yourself. And as we mentioned, as there to will it be a simple thing that you experience kanina? You're there to be patient dun sa katabi nyo kasi traffic, pero cross pa din siya ng street. But those simple things, it matters. Kasi if you didn't apply the patience kanina, baka hindi ka nakarating today. So, I know there's a lot of things happening with each and every one of us, but we dare to be who we are today. And those simple choices that we made us who we are today. And actually, hindi naman very formal yung refer namin today. We just want you to be yourself and be able to communicate with others. So, I'll leave it on. You just need to prepare, to provide you some insights about who WTM is. And also, let's just enjoy it. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And actually, she's the woman behind all of these events. So she's our Women Techmakers.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming today. Just want to introduce WTM. So WTM is an initiative from Google. So it's a sister organization from GDG Manila. So Women Techmakers itself really want to engage more women and pursue a career in tech. And it doesn't mean more on tech away, but also we want to develop each and everyone's personality and career. So feel free to suggest anything that you want, like workshop. We want to create a space for everyone to grow. Lalo na dun sa mga career shifters or freshies na gusto mag-shift in attack career. So again, if you want to join WTM Global, meron din tayong for WTM Global. So you can go to this link, bit.ly/WTM membership. So it's a global initiative na yung WTM. So you can connect with other WTM ambassadors all across the globe as well as women across the globe. So again, thank you so much for coming and I hope you enjoy all of the talks today. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred and Justin, for formally kicking off this program. So please show us some love by posting on social media using our official hashtags, #IWTManila2023, #WTM #WTM We will be picking lucky participants to win our swags at the end of this event. So going back to our program, let me introduce you to our keynote speaker who is a trailblazer in her field, breaking barriers and paving the way for women to follow. She dares to be unordinary as she leads a team that helps business and corporate units within the Gokongwei Group embrace digital transformation. With over 16 years of experience, she has refined her skills in improving customer journeys, delivering innovative products, and enabling businesses to become more agile and data-driven. Amina Aurelio will share with us how she found success by embracing her unique qualities and challenging conventional norms. Get ready to be inspired and to break out of the mold and pursue your dreams with courage and confidence. Let's give a warm welcome to Amina Aurelio, the Vice President of Digital Transformation at JG Summit. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to WTM and GDG for inviting me and creating opportunities like this for us to learn from each other and to listen to other people. So, what is this? Just okay. So, there to be unordinary. Unordinary can mean several things. from being different, unique, unfamiliar. And I deliberately chose the word ordinary because when Kara approached me and asked me to speak, I was thinking, my life is very ordinary. So what can I talk about? I'm not changing the world. I don't have a big cause that I'm fighting for, or neither did something major happen in my life that I can talk about that changed me or made me who I am now. But when I was thinking about it a little bit more, so from getting from point A to point B, I think there were a lot of things that I did, like embracing myself, my authentic self, finding that, doing a lot of things differently or uncommon, and definitely traversing things that are unfamiliar to me. So maybe my life is unordinary. One leadership storytelling session, one person in the audience asked me, "What's my North Star?" He said, for someone to be in your position, you probably had big dreams or big ambitions. And then I paused and I thought, not really. In fact, when I was thinking about it, I relate my life more to something like a time management game. Do you guys play time management games? Alright, so for those who are not familiar, the way it goes is that every level, you have to complete a goal. The goal can be earning coins, or serving a number of customers, or sometimes there's a challenge. So in this case, I have a restaurant, I have food, I have to cook the food, and I have to serve the customers based on their orders before their patience runs out. Because if they get angry, they leave. And if they leave, most likely you will not reach your goal. And so it goes like it's moving from one level to another. And while you're doing that, you actually can do some upgrades. Your upgrades would be you can upgrade your food so that when you sell it, you'll earn more points. Or you can upgrade your equipment so that it's faster. Or you can cook more burgers at the same time. Or you can also decorate your restaurant so that the patience of the customers is longer. So it helps you move in with the game. But at a certain point, you can probably fail and you don't reach your goal. And you have two options. One is to retry and maybe try another strategy, maybe try something else, or you can upgrade. And because these games, your business model is to sell you upgrades, of course, there will come a point wherein you have no choice but to upgrade. And when you think about it, isn't that what life is? Isn't that very similar to what we go through if you want to move on and move forward? So maybe relating it to my journey, this is my whole professional career. I graduated from a science school, so I didn't have a lot of options when I went to college. And I had limited choices what course to take. And my mom said, easy ka na lang mag-pera dyan. That's not true, by the way. And so I took a PCE. Even before graduating, we were recruited to Advanced Science and Technology Institute, which is the R&D group of DOST. And I thought, having been a scholar, might as well pay it forward. We were also fresh grads, so we had very high dreams. So we actually thought of designing the first Filipino design microprocessor during that time. And so after 5 years though, progress was quite slow. So I decided to move to the corporate world. I moved to GMA Media, which is the current tech arm of GMA. And it produces all of the technologies behind the TV, whether it's the screens, the animations, or the hardware. And my boss was so excited that I was an engineer and said, parang, we can implement all of these projects already. So one of my first projects was actually to install a CCTV camera. That was what CCTVs looked like before. It was very heavy. I literally had to carry it up the building. And we installed it there, and you can control it from the office. And at the end of the 6 p.m. news, we would show the feed, and that was the first live traffic updates of EDSA. I had this little corner in the office wherein I had a photo board, soldering iron, resistors, and all of that things that I didn't really like. And that was being used for the project that we were doing. So sometimes people would pass by my desk and say, ba't mo maayos yung electric fan mo? Kasi literally, ito my expectation stable. So, I knew I wasn't happy. I knew I wasn't happy with where my life was going. This was not the career that I wanted. Luckily, one of the bosses approached me and said, we're going to launch the GMA News website. Would you want to be the project manager for that? I had no idea what it took, but I was not happy where I was also, so I gladly took it on. And I don't know how old you are, but to provide some context, this was circa 2006, 2007. 2006 was when AWS launched cloud. 2007 was when Apple launched the iPhone. So definitely our world back then was very different from, having access to internet on our mobile phones now. So because it was very new, I had to learn everything. I had to learn how to design a website, what goes in there, how is it being developed, how do you maintain it, etc., etc. So that was the big shift of my career to move to digital. And it also allowed me to learn everything end to end. So that kind of exposure really helped jumpstart my career. And I really took it on. So if you'll notice, throughout my career, each role that I took taught me something. It was an upgrade from the previous one, but with a specific thing that it was teaching me. So when I moved to Globe, it was still digital, it was still web, and that's what it looked like before. But I learned about the business side. How does it actually make money? When I became a general manager, I learned about profit and loss and operating a company. Up to the role that I am in now, where when I moved from solid media to JG, I was thinking, okay, I need websites, but do I actually know what it takes for transformation in retail or in land, etc. And it was again about learning all of those things. So hence, I really see a similarity between my life, my journey, and playing those games. Throughout my career, as I was moving up, I had no choice but to talk to people. As you move up, you talk to other groups, you talk to senior leaders, etc. And I was actually born an introvert. Obviously, I still look like an introvert. Right? I was born an introvert. I was very shy. In fact, when I was in grade school, my mom would always be called during PPC because my teacher would say I have high grades in tests, but I would never recite in class. I would never participate. So they struggled to give me high grades. So my mom would force me na mag-recite ka naman sa class. That was very difficult for me because I was scared that I might have the wrong answer or I might be a fool out of myself, and I just didn't really want to draw attention to myself. But I had no choice. I learned that as I move up my career, you have no choice but to actually start being able to talk to people, being able to manage stakeholders. And my boss in meetings would actually, after the meeting, would tell me, why did you speak up? So I was lucky that I attended this leadership transformational program. And I learned that actually it's upon us. It's upon us to make our presence felt. And if you attend a meeting, for example, and you don't speak up, then it's you. You're deauthorizing yourself. So it's up to you to make your presence heard. And after that, I really made an effort to try, to try to speak up and learn. I noticed though that having managed both men and women, that the women underneath, when they do self-assessments, they've actually during performance appraisal. So when they do self-assessments, they submit to me a grade that's always lower than what I would have given them. And I read somewhere that women, I think it's in HBR, women have a tendency to think that our work can just speak for ourselves and that we will progress just because people will see that, oh, hey, masipag to, she's doing a good job, etc. But in reality, it's not. And so I made a decision that, okay, I will have to build this ability to actually talk to people, to actually communicate, to be able to voice out my opinion. I use every opportunity, so every meeting, at first, no, maybe after the meeting, I talk to the presenter and share my thoughts, and then the next meeting, okay, I'm gonna make eye contact. And then the next meeting, okay, I'm gonna raise my hand, but I'm just gonna build on what that person said. Until I got to a point wherein I could challenge other people, I could comfortably voice out my opinion. And they say, no, sometimes when we look at people, we think, wow, confident naman ng tao yun. But in reality, well, some people are just, I think, born confident. But as you practice something, the more that you do it, the more you become confident. And the next time you do it, no, you keep on gaining the confidence. And that's really how you get there. It's about using every opportunity to learn. So, let's take a test. If you saw this, you were entering this parking lot and you were gonna park. We drive. If you were gonna park, which parking slot would you choose? A, B, B, C, C. Okay, so I think depends on the context, and it's so ironic because the parking lot is so difficult to park. I think it depends on context. If you're just learning how to drive, you probably select A, right? But if you've been driving for a few months, I challenge you to park at B, so that when you encounter, in the future, a difficult parking slot, you have that confidence already because you've done it before. And it's actually very gratifying, especially after I parked earlier. Gratifying that you actually can do it. So the next time, you will be equipped with that same confidence and feeling of ability that you can do it. So in my path to finding my authentic self, I felt like I started with competence. So it was technical mastery, just understanding all of these digital stuff, and learning more. I talked about building my character, which I realized later on in my career. And I feel like competence and character, they're additive. So when you learn something, it adds up to what you already know. But confidence, though, is something that can falter. And it falters when you're in something, a place wherein you're unfamiliar, or when you're uncomfortable. And that's really where the learning happens. So, but it keeps on building on, as I mentioned. So, as you move on, because the more you know, diba, the more that you build your character, the more confident you become about who you are. And as you try to build your authentic self, how you want other people to perceive you. There are actually three components. One is what you see. When you see a person, your perception of that person is based on number one, what you see. So you're kind of judging me based on what you see. Second is what you hear. So am I making sense? But the third one is actually the most important, which is how do you make other people feel? And when you make people feel comfortable, when you make them feel relaxed, then they will actually naturally gravitate you rather than you turning other people off. So maybe just something that to keep in mind. So just going back to my analogy of the game, there's also a concept of boosters. And the boosters help you move again from one level to another. And what are these boosters in real life? These are tools, books, videos, for example. If you don't know, you probably know this, you're also young, that you can actually learn anything in TikTok, right? Whatever platform is comfortable for you, we have access to a lot of learning tools. Second would be looking for role models. So it doesn't have to be one person. I admire Oprah, I would be like Oprah, but it could be anyone. So from you to the other one, I see this thing about that person that I kind of want to copy, and I will make an effort to actually do that. Third would be mentors. And it's very important to have someone who will challenge you and someone who also knows what you're capable of and they push you until you, like my boss, who kept on saying, why don't you speak up, why don't you do this? Because she knew I had that ability, but it wasn't there yet. But the last one for me is also the most important. And that's having people around you who can give you honest feedback. Feedback truly is a gift, and the more that you actually ask for feedback, how did they do in that meeting, how did they do in the presentation, etc., it helps you identify what are those areas that I really need to improve or upgrade. And it gives you a reality check. So whether it's asking your friends or your colleagues or your boss, it's something that will really help you find what to upgrade and how to step up. So if you like the images that I showed, they were all actually generated using AI.org, which is testament to you need to keep on learning because my field is again going to be disrupted by generative AI and ChatGPT. I know that a lot of roles may not be as relevant, and therefore it's something that if I want to be relevant, I have to learn, and hence I practice here. So in the world now, it's easier always to just go with the norm, go with the flow, stay quiet, not raise your hand, even in icebreakers. But it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be able to move you forward. Therefore, I will leave you with this. No one ever made a difference just by being like everyone else. Therefore, I dare you to be unordinary. Thank you. I know we were hiring, so just in case you're interested, there's nothing here. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for your inspiring talk. You really challenged us to embrace our individuality and dare to speak up and dare to be unordinary. And I hope that your message resonated with everyone here as much as it did with me. Because personally, I also struggle with speaking up at times because I'm also an introvert. But I challenge myself through mostly gigs such as this. And through these challenges, I develop myself. So today, as we move forward with this Women's Month celebration, I encourage all of you to think about ways in which you can embrace your own unique qualities and challenge conventional So let's make this month be a month of breaking barriers and achieving great things. And speaking of breaking barriers, our next speaker has done so as she is a self-taught designer with 9 years of experience in UI and UX design, product strategy, design sprints, and facilitation. Join us as we hear from the woman behind UX Davao, a non-profit community that aims to strengthen user experience design awareness in Davao News. She'll walk us through her journey from their humble beginnings to their current success in creating and an inclusive and accessible design community. Get ready to learn how you can make a difference and create designs that work for everyone. Let us put our hands together for Shannon Yusufon.
Hi everyone. So I guess we're all introverts today. I'm also an introvert, and it's kind of funny actually because also while I was still working in offices, I was the type of person similar to what they mentioned earlier that we speak up, keeps to herself, and then now I'm here in Manila from Davao City, talking in front of a bunch of strangers. So I guess confidence is a learned skill now. Anyway, so just to introduce myself, so I'm Sharon, as you are. I'm co-founder of UX Davao. So as you can see, have contributed a team of Davao City to here to join you guys today. So I'm a UI UX designer. What that means is that I design web apps, mobile apps, websites, anything digital you guys can see. So I've been doing my practice for 9 years now, almost a decade. And then just a brief background to you as my experience and my journey towards becoming a UI UX designer and how the external came to be. So growing up, I wanted to be a teacher actually. So I'm a middle child of 4 siblings, all women. And then, yeah, I wanted to be a teacher growing up, but then my mom said, how to be a teacher, you'll get old very fast. So, college came, and then since I was discouraged from teaching, my dad was working in IT, he's a project manager. He encouraged me to pursue IT because I knew how to use I used to make fake fantasies. Hazel, you guys are familiar. I made like fake fantasy novels for myself. So I enrolled in IT like in college. I was on my way to finishing high school. But then my mother had complications because she got pregnant with our youngest sibling, and I had to drop out. So I dropped out of college when I was in my third year, and then from just being a typical student of American, I had to drop out and find a way to support my family. So because I knew how to use Photoshop, and since I was enrolled in IT, I decided to look for jobs in tech. And luckily enough, there was this software development company, and that was me. And that's where I got started. So, I was 18 years old at the time, fresh from college, the radical shift in just going to school, learning young, and then going to lunch, having with friends, and then suddenly I'm a breadwinner now. I have to be responsible. I have to make sure I don't spend too much, because if I do, like, what about here for my family, right? And then at the time, I entered a company that was a bit established now, and everyone there was a lot older than me. So I was 18 years old, everyone there was like 24, 25, and they kept making jokes about how young I am. Like, oh, Shannon, abot na po ba to sa time mo? Parang gano'n, like, you know the stuff, it's really young. And yeah, I felt very lonely. The people I worked with, they were very welcoming. Pero there's still that fire gap, because of the age, the tenure, and I felt very lonely. And luckily enough, I stumbled upon lost, I wanted to make use of myself. I wanted to find a support group somewhere with I wanted to look for people who had the same values, the same outlook in life as me. So I looked for volunteering opportunities, and that's how I stumbled upon GBC. So that stands for Davao Graphic Designers Community. And they welcomed me with open arms, and I started volunteering there, and until now, I'm still volunteering now. So at that volunteer group, I met Mark. So Mark is one of the founders of that community in the and then he came up to me and told me, so you're practicing UX, right? And I'm also practicing UX. Do you want to start a community strictly for UX design, for web design? And I said, yeah, sure, why not? It's fun organizing. And that's how we started UX Davao. And that's actually what I will talk to you guys about, the journey of UX Davao and how it has been for us so far. That's right. So what is UX Davao? So we started UX Davao back in 2017 with me and Mark. And then at the time, we just wanted to organize events for fun because it's fun organizing events, meeting other people, meeting new people, seeing people come together. It's fun for an introvert and entrepreneur to organizing events so much. Like after events, I have to reach out to someone but it's fun. It feeds your soul. So, we started in 2017. We are volunteer run. It's a non-profit. And we aim to gather together mga design professionals, students, and design enthusiasts. So most of our participants actually are students, design students and students, or those who want to transition from different careers to UX design. So this is a picture actually of our first ever event. That was at a very rundown community space. They're not open anymore. Since we are a non-profit, we rely very heavily on handouts, sponsorships, because we do not have the money to spend for ourselves. So so we just organized events for the fun of it without any expectations. We weren't sure if people are going to show up or not. But we saw that there was a demand for UX design events, so that's why we kept organizing them. And then a lot of the times when we organize events like this, we have to spend a bit out of pocket because since we are a non-profit, we try not to charge for you to for participants to join our events because we want to make the events as accessible as much as possible. Because most of our participants are students. So during that time, 2017 to 2019, we kept organizing events. We had a good run for 2 years, and then suddenly the pandemic hit. I know we're all tired of hearing about the pandemic. It happened. So the pandemic hit and everything was put on hold. For someone like me who relied on my community for support, it was very hard. Suddenly, I'm not going to see my friends again. We're not organizing events now because everything is put on hold. And that's when, during the pandemic, we had opportunities to pivot. So from in-person events, we shifted to online events. And that actually helped us a lot because it opened the door for us. Previously, we only had participants now who would be able to come from to the event venue talaga. And then with the online events, we had participants coming in from Jensen, Cebu, other parts of Mindanao who would not have been able to join our events if it was conducted in person. And then eventually, when things started to open back up, we met new designers, new aspiring designers coming from different backgrounds. So there was still some students, but we noticed a shift na imbes na it was mostly students joining us. Previously kasi it was like around 70% of students joining our events, and then after the pandemic hit, there was a shift. So it's less students now and more career shifters. So people coming from architecture, people coming from development work who wanted to become UX designers. So the pandemic opened the doors for them then and made them realize this is also something na this is a career that's waiting for you that you can also take part in. But as we were meeting those different kinds of people from different parts of life, we also realized that becoming a designer is hard. So as we organized events when everything started to open back up, we got feedback na people are having a very hard time transitioning to design or becoming a designer. So, here is a quote that I just came up with yesterday. So, being a designer for a third world country is hard. Being a designer is what we promise of a third world country is something harder. So, the reality is, most of the design and tech events are held in Manila, or if not in Manila city. Not everyone is given has the resources to fly to Manila or to join events like this. Because it costs a lot, diba? And we all know how different it is na if you're there in person talaga compared to just watching on live stream or watching on YouTube. Because there's this connection factor kasi when you join events like this. You can come up to a speaker, you can talk to them. That's not something you can do when you're just watching a live stream. And then one of the challenges we found is it was very hard to look for speakers who would volunteer their time to join us. During the previous events kasi, before the pandemic, it was always just us being the speakers. Kasi you can only count siguro like in your hand kailan lang yung mga designers or UX designers in Davao City. So we had to, even though we want to invite speakers from Manila or from Cebu to join us, it was hard kasi again, you have to spend accommodation, travel, so it's very challenging. And then there's also boot camps. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar. There are a lot of tech boot camps popping up right now. And most of them have yung parang salary sharing na like that type of arrangement na okay, you don't have to pay, but then when you get hired, you share 20% to 30% of your salary with us. That's okay, it makes it easier for you to enroll, but then again, not everyone can afford that. So going back to my background, I was a breadwinner, I was helping my family. If I had to enroll in something like that, that's not realistic for me because 30% of your salary, that's very big. That could be like 1 month's rent, diba? So it's still, even though it makes it easier to enroll, it's not accessible. So I want to share a story actually of one of the aspiring designers I met. One of the things I do in Kasi is I work for a company called Techmakers. So what Techmakers does is it provides information technology solutions to LGUs, nonprofits, and local LGUs, nonprofits, and other social enterprises. So we recently had a training with BARM. I forgot what BARM stands for, but most of our participants are from Muslim, from the Muslim region. So one of the people that I was teaching, he was named Arvin. I was teaching him very basic fundamentals of UI design. He came from a video editing background. The arrangement was we are gonna teach him UI design so that the app na we developed for their company, sila na lang yung mag-maintain in the future. And then I was frightened when I was teaching earlier. He came from a video editing background, but then he was able to absorb everything I taught. And then he came up with UI designs very, very quickly, just a span of 3 days. It's very amazing, he was very enthusiastic. And then we built a connection from there. We chatted on Facebook. And then he keeps asking me for help because he wants to transition to UI design. Now the challenge for him is, as much as he wants to transition, one, he doesn't have a portfolio yet. Number two, if he does get a new job as a UI designer, the salary is not enough to support his family because he has a wife and kids. And then number three, there's this stigma when you mentioned that he's from ARMM, he's a Muslim designer. So there's this stigma na, there's, as much as we want to say now, the industry is very open, there's still a stigma too. So until now, actually, we haven't overcome that barrier yet. I'm still helping Arlen out with how he can transition into UI UX design. That's still an ongoing process. But that made me think as well, that experience with Arlen, how can we, I have this platform, we have UX Davao, and then initially we just organized events for fun. But now that we have this platform, we have a big audience, how can I utilize my platform to help others? Because I can see myself sa struggle nila na they wanna enter this, but it's hard for them to buy. So it made me think of how we as a community should function. We had the privilege, UX Davao had the privilege of being connected to other designers. So I wanted to share yung experience ko, being able to meet new people, being able to connect with other people. I wanted to share what that experience I had to all of our participants. So how can I make this experience something that the other members of our community could experience? And we were also thinking of there has to be a different way or another way to make design learning more accessible. So our solutions. So one of the things now we've decided as a group is to make free events free forever. So previously kasi when we organized events, we would charge people just to cover expenses for the venue, for the drinks, and then we realized even the very minimal return we had, that's still heavy for some people. Even if you say it's just 250 pesos, the 250 pesos, that's the fare of a bus ride from Davao City to another province. So that's still a very big ask for them. So we decided to make events free for everyone forever. So how do we do that? We do partnerships. So what community partnership we have is with UNCH. So we consider UNCH kind of like our big brother. And we reached out to them actually because we told them that we're struggling and we did not want to sacrifice our values to making the events free. So we partnered with them and very thankfully they were very gracious. They shared with us some more resources to help us out with. So we're very grateful for that partnership. And then another partnership we have is with local tech communities or tech companies in Davao City. So in exchange for evangelizing the companies, they would provide us their venue, they would provide us sponsorship for food and drinks during events. And then next would be leveraging online tools. So with our experience during the pandemic, we realized that online tools are very, very helpful in making sure that all people can join our events. So even though we would like them to join us in person, it's still better to have like the live stream or the YouTube videos compared to nothing, right? So right now that's what we are trying to do. Previously we had a parang blooper kasi we tried to live stream our previous event and then we had a lot of difficulties. I wanted to meet the people who are organizing this and ask them for tips, like how are these difficulties so we can copy their notes. But yeah, so leveraging your online tools, we have a lot of new technology available to us that can help us be more connected than how we were before. So we need to leverage that technology. And then lastly, we are organizing fundraising activities. So one of the things that we are doing now is selling merchandise. So we sell stickers, mga tote bags, ganun, that has the XML branding. And then we use that money to invest back into the community. So we use that money for future events, we use that money to invest in gadgets or projectors and stuff like that. So where we're currently at, so since 2017, we've organized 50 plus community events, and we have attending turnout of around 40 to 60 participants per event. And then around 40% of those participants are newcomers. So it's very nice to see that people are interested in learning about UX design. And so far we've had very positive feedback naman with our events. I want to share a story of one of our participants. His name is Julius. So we had an event back in 2019, that's before the pandemic, in one of the universities in Davao City, Sumapua. And then we had a very basic introduction meetup about what UI UX design is, how you can become a UI UX designer, and it was mostly students. Tapos, after that, everything happened, pandemic, etc. And then, I think last month, my sister came up to me and asked me, Chan, do you know someone named Julius from UIC? I was like, no, bakit? And she said, kasi my co-worker right now, he's studying UIC, he's a fresh grad, and he kept saying, I think you. I was like, talaga? But the name doesn't ring a bell. And my sister said, he was saying about si Julius na he attended that event sa Mapua. As a student, he was still in his fourth year, I think, of college at my time. And after joining that event, he was motivated and inspired to pursue a career in UX design. And then he became co-workers with my sister, and he kept raving about how thankful he was that he joined an event like that. Because if he didn't join an event like that, he wouldn't know na UX design as a career option was there. So stories like that keep us going. We hope to produce more Juliuses in the future, and hear more stories similar to that from other people. Lastly, future plans namin as a community. So one, we do want to produce a design directory. So we want to leverage the profile of Davao City and say like, hey, there's designer here too. So you can hire from here too. Another one is we plan to have a career fair this year and organize more hands-on workshops. So we're still working on the flying speakers from Manila to join us in Davao City, but hopefully we can get that ironed out this year. And another one would be to get ourselves registered. So right now we're self-organizing. If we get ourselves registered, that would enable us to be more legit, I guess, because that's also a challenge we have right now. People don't take us seriously because we're just true volunteers. So hopefully that registration will give us some credibility. So this is my last slide. So unfortunately, the new with this quote. Building an accessible design community is possible with the right mindset and resources. So it's hard, it's a struggle, but since we want to help and we're here to help, we want to be of service. We've been privileged enough to have had resources available for us. So now that we have this platform, let's make that platform available for everyone else so that we can help a lot more people. So US Travel is committed to continuing the journey toward a more inclusive and responsible design industry. Thank you, that is all. Sorry if I felt like I was just rambling, but if you guys want to learn more about the Extrava, this is our website. It's a free domain, as you guys can see. Extrava.io, and if you want to donate as well, you can buy us a coffee. Buymeacoffee.com, Extrava. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, for sharing your journey with us. And I hope this inspires aspiring leaders out there to build communities that are also accessible and inclusive. Interestingly enough, our next speaker also shares the same passion for inclusivity and diversity in tech. Monica is currently a software engineer at Google and was previously a co-lead for Google Women Engineer Group in Singapore, where she was inspiring underrepresented groups to pursue careers in tech. Today, she will be sharing a message inspired by Bretman Rock's speech at the Unforgettable Gala, encouraging the audience to lean into their communities, to find role models and pay it forward. Let us all virtually welcome Monica Henke.
Hi everyone. Hello from the sunny Singapore. It's funny how the first two speakers said that they're introverts, so hello from another introvert here. But I'm really loving the energy in the room. First of all, I want to wish everyone happy International Women's Day, and it's an honor for me to speak to all of you. So I want to tell you a story about when I just joined university. I studied computer science in NUS, and when I walked into my first ever lecture, it was a class on Introduction to Programming. I recall stepping into the lecture theater, and then I looked up and I saw like a sea of male students. I mean, I did hear that before I joined university. I did hear that the gender ratio would be bad, but I never would imagine the number until I actually saw it with my own pair of eyes. On many occasions, I would go into classes and I would be able to count the number of female students with one hand. And not only that, almost all of my CS professors in my 4 year of university were males. And to make things worse, I actually joined university with zero programming background. And then there are other people, especially usually male students around me, who have had programming experience since they were kids. They were already busy tinkering with their parents' computers, etc. I'll be there trying to figure out my for loops and my while loops. Meanwhile, these people would be busy writing out some complicated functions. So it was a very daunting experience for me, and it really made me wonder, did I make a mistake when I chose computer science? Do I not have a place here in tech? It was really hard to not feel that I don't belong. And I don't know how many of you can actually relate to this, but I know that I'm not the only one. So I have a video for all of us.
I was gonna stand here and lie to you guys that I never saw myself on TV. But that would be a lie because my mom only really watched TFC growing up. So everything that I absorbed on TV was Filipino people. So I was always seeing myself in TV. Yeah. So that's why when people say like I never saw myself on TV, girl, change the channel. The hell. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
For those of you who didn't know who that was, he's Bradman Rock, and he's a Filipino beauty influencer, social media, and TV personality. And currently, he's based in Hawaii. So in the US, the industries that he's in, the beauty industry and the TV industry, they're both majority full of white people. So as a Filipino, he was a minority, but he shared a very powerful message right there. He's saying that even when your environment is telling you you don't belong here, you're a minority, and there's a glass ceiling for you, he's telling us that do not let the environment dictate who you are, who you can be, or what you can achieve. You should take back the control into your own hands and change your channel. Now, I'd like to caveat that yes, in the tech industry, there needs to be some systemic changes done in order to better support the minority group. One example being equal wage. But that's not the focus of my main talk today. Today, I want to focus about what can we do as individuals and what kind of messages we need to be telling ourselves as someone who's looking to thrive in an industry as a minority. So today, I want to share with you 3 small tips. And number 1, it is to look up or to find role models that you identify with. So as a kid, I grew up in Jakarta, Indonesia, and I came from a middle-class family. So I didn't really have any fancy toys growing up. My parents didn't buy me Game Boys, PlayStations, and whatnot. But what I recall having is that my parents really loved to buy me books, and especially these books. I mean, I don't know if they have this in the Philippines as well, but this was pretty famous back in Indonesia. These books were cartoons on biographies of famous people. So you might recognize some names there. I remember reading those books, and some of them actually contain stories of amazing women in STEM. I remember reading Marie Curie and how she ended up winning the Nobel Prize for her amazing work in radioactivity. And there was also Florence Nightingale, whose work actually improved the nursing system and the healthcare system all around the world. So, growing up surrounded by these stories, I never had any thoughts that women do not belong in STEM. As a kid, I always thought that women should go into STEM, because how could I think that women should not go into STEM when I read these amazing stories of these women? So all I knew as a kid is that as long as I worked hard, I could succeed anywhere, including STEM. This shows the importance of having role models that you can identify with, because these people, they are like you, but they made it to the other side. They probably faced similar challenges as you and found ways to overcome them. So you might be wondering, where can I find such role model? Well, you can start from your smaller circle. Look at your direct reporting chain, your managers, people who hold a more senior position than you in your company. See if there's anyone that you identify with and someone that you actually look up to. For me, one of my role models / mentors was my internship manager. So I was a Google intern in my second year of university, and I was still trying to find my ways around tech, and I got her as my mentor. She shared a lot of experience and a lot of her knowledge, both technical and both in terms of career development. But I want to share this one specific story. I recall we were having lunch, and then I just casually mentioned to her, like as a passing joke, I think I got hired just because I'm a female. So in my head, I thought I was a diversity hire. And she could very well just brush that comment aside or like laugh it off as a joke, but she didn't. And instead, she reassured me that I should not be thinking that way because I passed all of the interview rounds, same as every other intern, male or female. And it doesn't make sense for the company to lower the bar in order just to hire me. So I actually deserve my spot as a Google intern. And rather than focusing my energy worrying about all this, I should repurpose that and focus on doing well on my project. So that was a very useful life advice that still stuck with me today. She also became my first ever manager when I joined back Google full time, and I truly looked up to her because when I look at her, I really got to see how someone with a similar background as me, ex-Google intern, she was a female, did not have programming experience when she just joined university. I could see how this same person, given a few extra years of experience, can truly succeed. And at that time, she was leading a team, and her team was doing amazing things in Google. So, yeah, that's step one on finding a role model. Then let's move on to step number two. So, step number two is to team up or to connect with your communities. So, in times when you're doubting yourself and thinking like whether do I belong in tech, do I have a place here, it could be a very isolating experience. Now, I want to encourage you to find a community so that you can lean into those communities and get a sense of belonging. After all, we humans are social creatures, and when you find a community that you can lean into, you won't feel that lonely after all. So for me, I want to share a bit about my community, and that is the Google Women Engineer Group, or in short, GWE. So GWE was built, I think, a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, and it started out as a very small group of female engineers in the Singapore office. At that time, I think the group could fit into one small table for lunch. And thankfully, the group has grown over the years. And this was a photo of us having a social event last year. So in the GWE group, we organize some events. Some are just very simple monthly lunches where we just gather in office and like eat lunch together and catch up. Some are other more complex internal events. So we had a culture chat where we gather and we discuss topics about DI, allyship, etc. And we also do external outreaches where we go to schools, we share about coding, we conduct coding workshops, and we also share about our software engineering career journey to the next generation of women. And to me, GWE is a safe and comfortable place where I can truly share about the problems that I face at work. And at the same time, I can receive help and also advice from the other members. I really encourage you to find your own community. And I guess this really echoes what the previous speaker just shared about her UX Davao community, that the more you connect to a community and the more you contribute to build the community, the more you would feel a sense of belonging. And to me, when I connect with my GWE group and the more I contribute to the GWE group, it really makes me feel like I'm a part of something bigger than myself and I'm serving a bigger purpose than myself. So we've been talking about how we can change the channel, right? How we should find role models, how we should find our own communities. And my last point is to encourage all of you to go beyond that. So my last point is to step up or to be the channel. So all of us here today, we have the power to make a difference in the next generation of women in tech. You can give back to the community, you can share your knowledge and experience so that the others can learn from it. Being the channel can come in many different ways. And it can be as simple as mentoring the younger women in your team, or also sharing your career journey to the people around you. You know, for me, for me to be the channel, I spent some time teaching programming to a group of high school kids. So on the left side here, it was an event organized by a nonprofit organization in Indonesia called Generation Girls, and they run this annual club called the Winter Club and the Summer Club, where they open it to high school girls to sign up and to learn about many things in tech, like programming, UX design, building your mobile app, etc. And I was there to volunteer as a mentor for the CS 101 class. And it was very heartening to see how a lot of these girls, they came in with pretty much zero programming knowledge as well. It was their first time ever writing the program, like print hello world. And at the end of the 3 days, they could come up with a simple project where some of them built like a game, some of them built a mobile app, and that was just the start of their journey in tech. And then on the top right picture, it was an event that I organized with Lugui as well, and also collaborating with a local university Women in Tech group. We organized a 4-week product sprint where a lot of the students would learn Flutter for the first time, and then they will be grouped into teams, and then they have to build their own products and then pitch it on the very last day. And it was very heartening where, you know, they get assigned to a mentor from Google and they have weekly meetings. And then they would ask them questions, like technical questions, but also like career advice. And I would see the Googlers spending their time to share about their career journey. And at the end of the event, I recall some of the organizers from the university club, like they came to me and they said like, thank you so much for organizing this event. And for a lot of the girls, it was again their first time picking up Flutter. So they really had a good time learning new things and also building something cool at the end of it. And the last bottom right photo was when I represented Google software engineer in like one of the campus recruiting event. So the other two people in the middle were also software engineers, but I was just there sharing my journey as an intern and how I joined back full time. So the common theme in all of this is that being the channel means you be the visible role model and representation for the other people. You know, because when you do so, when you're a visible role model and representation, you can really show the next generation of women in tech that like they too belong in this industry and they can also succeed in this industry because they're just like all of us. And I encourage you to be the channel for other people. I assure you that it will be a very rewarding experience. It is time consuming sometimes, but it will be very rewarding because you'll be able to help someone grow and succeed in tech. So finally, to end off my talk, I would once again encourage you to not listen to what the environment is telling you, all those negative things that you don't belong in tech, that you're not good enough to succeed. Don't listen to that. And remember to take back control into your own hands. Remember to look up, to team up, and to step up so that all of us can be the channel for one another. Thank you.
insights and perspective. And as we conclude our session, I encourage everyone here to reflect on Monica's message and think about how we can take action in our own lives. Thank you again, Monica, for sharing your story with us. And now we're already halfway through our event, and we prepared a short networking activity for everyone here, in which everyone is required to participate. So today we're gonna have a game called Human Bingo. So for those who are not familiar or for those who haven't played the game before, the objective is to completely fill out your paper, which will be handed out by the volunteers. And the first complete all 10 signatures and names wins. For example, a description you might find there is being a student or an educator. So you'll go around this room and find someone who is a student or someone who matches whichever description is written there. And when you find someone who matches, you mingle with them, ask for their name and signature. So remember to exchange contact information with each person you meet because this might be helpful in the future. So when you complete all blanks, you get this microphone and shout bingo. So the first 3 persons to do so will receive a limited edition shirt from us. So now let's get started with Human Bingo. I encourage everyone to use this opportunity to connect with new people and learn more about different perspectives. So everyone stand up. We will be mag-aarang sa mga choose personality. So, ikot lang yung prices na. We have dalawang tao. Paano siya ito? So, paano na lang mag-ano? Ay, picture niyo pala. Ay, so picture niyo. Ayan, thank you. Next naman si Micaela. Ayan, let's see. Ante, wow, pinapin mo si Ante, developer, talent, designer, looking for creative. Micaela is product manager, si Ate Maya. DevOps, Jake. And then, this is Vika. Ito klase kayo, no? Ay, hindi mo kayo klase. Magkakatabi talaga dito. Gusto ko yung tinita. Oo, diba? Tatabi ako dito. Workout section. May double volunteers. Hindi ka ela. So, mapapilitan ka kasi pares na kayo small. Kung saan small kasi. Ay, picture niya pala. Ito, sure. Tapos picture tayo. Oo nga daw eh. Thank you so much. Next, last na humabot si Jennifer. Ngayon. Developer stay at designer channel. You want ba ng medium? Yung pag-ramid mo ba? Itong pag-i-eye mo. Ano yung professional tsaka parang professional lang natin nilagay parang technical na nalagay. Romaline ba? Romaline. Product management and DevOps, Aubrey. Student, Shaina May. Yung tatabi mo yun yung students. Talagang tatabi talaga ako. Works outside tech. Tapos Alvisa. Oo, ayan gusto mo. Hindi siya tech. Tech pa din yun eh. Kaya pala pinto doon. Hala, but we have to disqualify more times for Christine. Sorry po, Miss Jennifer, umaming niya sa Christine. Christine. Anong industry po? Yun ang ba yung natanongin natin? Let's check. Si Angel, is this the same ba ba, Angel? DBA, Jennifer, DevOps, Aubrey, ano na? Aubrey? Yun. Para kami sa amin na. Yeah, so yung sa amin, hindi mo Data analyst. For Japanese program. Yun. Ano tinuturo ko na? Actually, lahat pa tayo today. Okay. Designers and channels. Kasi developer. Okay, ayan, pumasok. Miss Christine, congratulations. Ayan, yung mga runner-up tayo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much sa ibang mga... Ay, picture pala. Sino si Red? Red, thank you. Sayang hindi nagkamali yung BY. Hindi na pinagdadasal. Jennifer, paabot na lang sa Don't worry, miracle pa tayo later. Yeah. So don't forget to fill out our feedback form at the end of this video. So we can get some coffee and come on. So welcome back everyone. I hope So, welcome back everyone, and I hope you enjoyed your coffee. We'll stay on network for the future. But we have slight changes in our program, and now we will be shifting gears a bit to dive into the world of data science, AI, and machine learning with our next speaker. Dr. Fu is a passionate practitioner in the area of data science, machine learning, and AI. A graduate of the Royal Institute of Technology in Japan, Dr. Fu holds a PhD degree in computer science, a Master of Information Technology, and a Bachelor of Science from UK. He is currently working as the lead data scientist at BAT, where he applies his combination of research and industrial experience in big data analytics, data mining, machine learning, and AI to provide innovative solutions to drive revenue growth. In his talk, he'll be deep diving into the world of natural language processing and exploring how these models have evolved over time. From birth to GPT-5 and to pop, we'll explore the strengths and weaknesses and discuss how they are shaping the future of AI. So whether you're a seasoned expert or new to this field, this session is sure to be both informative and engaging, especially with the recent hype of AI. So let us give it up for Dr. Fu.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I'm honored to be invited as a speaker for today. Hopefully, you can see my screen. Okay, so a very good afternoon, everyone. So the talk today, my knowledge sharing today is the title, The Evolution of Large Language Model from BERT to GPT-3 to PALM. So you can actually follow along. So you can actually follow along the talk. The slide is actually available here, bit.ly/LLM large language model dash slides. So the slide will be available even after the talk. Okay. Then if you have any questions, you can go to Slido. So I try to answer some questions at the end of the talk. So during the talk, if you have any questions, you can just go to Slido. So bit.ly/LLM large language model dash Slido. Or you can just use your phone and scan the QR code. Okay. So let me give a brief introduction of myself. My name is Kwan Hong, or you can call me KH. So I currently am working as a lead data scientist in BAT, where I actually a lead of a team of data scientists working in the area of RGM, revenue growth management. Besides that, I'm also a GDE, Google Developer Expert in machine learning. I'm based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So I also very passionate about communities. I actually have founded and still running 2 communities in Malaysia. I founded the TensorFlow and Deep Learning Malaysia user group, and also I founded the Malaysia R user group. Besides that, I also do podcasts. I have a podcast that's available that you can listen freely over Spotify. The podcast is called AI, ML, and Data Talk Podcast. So basically, in the podcast, I will try to invite speakers who are data science practitioner or machine learning engineer or AI practitioner in the region. You talk about what do they do in their work, what kind of best practices, and then what kind of criteria when they look for when they want to hire a new data scientist or machine learning engineer or data analyst. Okay, so this is the agenda for the sharing today. So basically, I'll talk about a brief introduction about NLP. What's NLP? Natural language processing. Then I will talk about what is a language model. How does a language model work? Then we know that all these large language models now are trained using neural network. So one of the famous neural network that is mainly used for language is transformers. Then we talk about GPT-3 and beyond, and then I will end the sharing. So as we know that there's a lot of hype recently about AI. We are living at a very exciting era. Every week or every month, it seems like there's a new launch of AI product out there. For example, recently OpenAI has launched their this image generator called DALL-E. And then before that, they also launched ChatGPT. And then recently, OpenAI, the company, also launched GPT-4. And then we know that Microsoft has worked closely with OpenAI, and they integrated all this ChatGPT into their search engine. So we have Bing Chat now, and Google also introduced its own chat product called Bard. So it seems like there's a lot of interest now in this large language model, where you can see all this product is actually integrated in any a lot of products in the market out there. It helps. It actually helps that most of this product now is actually making our life more efficient and increase our productivity. Okay, so before we jump into large language model, let's talk about the basic of natural language processing and the NLP. So what's NLP? So NLP is basically a study that focuses on making computer understand or generate human language. So we know that out of so many forms of medium communication out there, okay, the most used medium of communication that humans are comfortable with is text. So every day we generate a lot of text to communicate. We generate blog posts, we write reports. There's a lot of legal document, medical document. These are all in the form of text. So it's very important that we need to have a way to actually allow computer to understand the text and able to generate this text which is human friendly. So what is NLP? So NLP basically involves algorithm, which is statistical model to analyze and to process and to generate natural language data such as all these text, images, and speech. So the goal of NLP is actually to bridge the gap, okay, between the human language and the computer language. So basically, it's actually allow human to interact with computer in a very natural language way instead of interact with it, doing coding, doing complex programming languages. So all this, let me turn on the laser pointer. Okay, so as we move from NLP, we know that in order for us to better generate or better understand all this text language, all this text data, we need a bigger model that is able to train with a massive amount of data. So this bigger model is actually used in what we call large language model, LLM. It's actually an artificial intelligence system where you'll be trained with a massive amount of text data that's available freely over the internet, and it allow it to understand and to generate human-like languages. So all these models that is large language model are basically based on the neural network, which is the deep learning neural network, and it can actually train with large amount of data, where basically you're able to understand the patterns and relationship between words, phrases, and concepts. At the core of all these large language models, they can actually do classification. For example, they can classify whether a sentence is a positive sentiment or negative sentiment. So this is very important, especially when you want to classify a review, for example, in Amazon. So you in one product in Amazon, there will be tons of review coming from users. So it's very important to classify whether the review is positive or negative. So there's one thing that a large language model can do, classification. Another thing that a large language model can do is to do response generation. So as you know now, all this AI model also has been integrated into a daily product like our Gmail or even in our Messenger. So when we use a Gmail now, there's a canned response, okay, that can actually generate it based on the content of the email or based on content of message. Okay. Next, we can do text generation. This is what we are heading now with all this chat GPT. And then we can translate from one language to another language. And then we can also do some sort of knowledge sharing, knowledge answering. So this is a very high overview of a large language model. But how far has it progressed or evolved from the NLP to large language model? So let's start with the basic common product that we commonly use, the keyboard that we use in our smartphone app. So let's say we tap the letter T in our keyboard, okay, in our smartphone. Okay. So what will happen is the smartphone, the keyboard will actually generate, for example, that the most common word that start with T, okay, it will actually give you 3 suggestions. Okay, so you have the, that, and there. And there is the most common word that is people will use or people will type when they enter the word, the letter T. Okay. How about now if I type in the letter Y? Okay, the shortest word that is come after TY will be TYE. Okay, of course you have type, you have tycoon, you have typhoon, you have typanics or typography. Okay, so you have all these suggestions. Okay, the shortest word will be TYE. So based on all these words that is after the 2 letter TY, you have all these words. So what will you do now? Okay, what will be the word that you're going to suggest? Okay, that you're going to suggest into the keyboard. So what you can do is you can actually look at the frequency of every single word. Okay, for example, when I look at TYE, what's the frequency of TYE? Okay, so the easiest way I can do is I can actually go and look. Okay, for example, how often this word TYE appear in all this literature in the books. So I can actually like use Google Books and search that based on TYE, you actually pick around 1806, but slowly now in coming around 2020, you actually the usage of this keyword has decreased a lot. In fact, it actually appear in 1 over 20 million words. So the frequency of this TYE appear is 0.000052%. Of course, then what you can do is you can do the similar thing for all the other words, okay, starting for the 2 letter TYE. Okay, so now you have all the frequency of TYE, the word that start with TYE. Then what you can do, you can sort them up. Then you know that the highest frequency of the word that start with TY will be type. Okay, then this word will be highly has a highest probability that the user will want to enter this word. Then you recommend this or you suggest this word in your keyboard. So this is the simplest way that you can actually start that. If I want to recommend a word, I will just start with the frequency. This similar works also in our search engine. Okay, so after many users have input the search into the search engine, so the search engine will know that, for example, when I type how, okay, these are all the words that is come after the word how. So the highest frequency or highest probability of what people search after how is how to screenshot on Windows. Then you will probably want to recommend this to the user. Okay, so the next one will be how to get help Windows, or however synonym or how to recall email in Outlook. Okay. So you can actually now build a model. Okay. You can just build a model, what we call language model based on probability. Okay. So either to choose the word to be or not to be, that will be a probability. Okay. So the probability depending on to choose the word to be or not to be. What's the probability? Okay. So you can actually do a very simple language model based on probability. Okay. But what happens when we look at this word, this sentence now? Okay. This sentence is, she just won the 2021 election. So this sentence is a very future sentence. Okay. So now we are in 2023. This is a very future sentence. What's the probability that people have seen this sentence? The probability is very low because this have not happened. So it's very difficult to predict, okay, or to suggest what will be the word, okay, that for this sentence, because this sentence have nobody has seen before. Okay. So how do we go about this? What you can do now is you can look at probability for every single word. Okay. So in a normal English language, you have about 100,000 words. Okay, if you look at the Oxford English Dictionary, you have about 100,000 words. Then from the 100,000 words, if you form a sentence, a typical sentence will have 10 words. Okay, so a typical sentence will consist of 10 words. If you look at the probability, every single word, okay, is consist of 100,000 words. Okay, so if you combine all this, you have a probability of 10 to the power of 50. And this is a very high number of probability that you need to compute. Okay, and this is only for a sentence of 10 words. How about you have a sentence more than 10 words? Okay, so it's getting more and more complicated. Okay, so what you need to do now is you think about how do we go about, okay, to predict or to come up with a better language model. Okay, so let's say I give you a song, okay, and then this is a lyrics from a song called Tangled Up in the Blue by the famous singer Bob Dylan. So let's say I give you two sentences like this. Early one morning, the sun was shining. I was laying in bed, wondering if she has changed at all, if her hair was still red. Okay, and you can see the unique thing about a song, there is something of rhyme here. Okay, so the word red here rhyme with the word bed. Okay, so what you can do is, the simplest thing now you can do from this sentence is, I can actually treat it as a time series. Okay, I can treat it like a time series. I can connect the whole sentences in the form of graph. Okay, so every single sentence now depends on the previous sentence. Okay, then what I can see here is, I can see the word was here actually repeated 3 times. Okay, so was, and was. I can actually concatenate them into a graph like this. Then from there, I also can see the word if also repeated 2 times. If, okay, also repeated 2 times. I also can form them into like this. Okay, so from here we can actually form a graph, and then we can actually have some sort of probability that what's the probability of this connection here. Okay, so for example, I can calculate the probability that, okay, the probability of this connection is about 1 over 3. 1 over 3 also is about 0.33%, and the probability of this is actually half. Okay, so you can actually go up or you can actually go down. Okay, then from here we can actually transverse. Okay, we can actually transverse this graph. Okay, and then try to form new sentences. Okay, so for example, now we have a very simple language model. We form a graph that we say from this graph now we can actually try to form new sentences. Okay, so we can actually transverse the graph. Okay, for example, I can say early one morning the sun was shining, laying in bed. Okay, and then early one morning the sun was shining, I was still red. So you can actually form a sentence like this. Early one morning the sun was I was laying in bed. Or you can actually form another sentence, wondering if she had changed at all, if her hair was still red. Okay, so sounds very good, and the sentence sounds very logical. Okay, but if you transverse other part of the graph, you get sentence like this. The sun was still red, her hair was shining. Okay, and this is getting very weird. Okay, so the word generated doesn't make sense. Okay, it's not logical. Okay, then you will have something like this. The sun was lying in bed and I was shining, I was still red. Okay, again, it's very weird. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. So clearly, this simple language model that we created is not sufficient enough. Okay. It can actually generate sentences, okay, but it's not making sense. Okay. So how do we do better? Okay. How do we do better? Okay. So we know this simple language model that we created is too simple. Okay. We need more text, more data to train our model. Okay. So how can we do better? We can actually get the whole song. Okay. We can get the whole song and we form the whole graph for the whole song. Okay. And then we can try to generate more new sentences from the graph that we created. Okay. So you can generate sentences. She was standing on the side of my mind. Weird. Side of my shoe heading out on my face. Also doesn't make sense. One of my chairs said our life together. Or this is even weird. So we know even when you use the whole song, it doesn't make sense. Okay. What is our problem with this model? The problem with this model is because, okay, every single word that we form the graph is actually dependent on the previous word. Okay. For example, morning dependent on the word one before that. Then the one is dependent on the word early before that. So the probability of a word being generated is actually, you can use a conditional, sorry. Okay, so you can actually write a conditional probability where the probability of the word is actually dependent on the previous word. Okay, so this is our probability, conditional probability that we form from our graph. So we know that because every single word generator is only dependent on previous word, it doesn't work. Okay, because it's too simple. So what we can do now is we can actually try to, instead of dependency on the previous word, we can try to form a graph where every single word now is dependent on 3 words before that. Okay, so we can have, for example, early one morning, the will depend on the early one morning, which is 3 words before that. Okay, so we can actually try to group all the 3 words together, and then we try to see how the one word is dependent on the previous word. So we can group like early one morning, the sun, we can group all this. And this is what we call a trigram. Okay. Then from here, what we do, we say that the word will be dependent, not just one word before that, it will be dependent 2 words before that. So our conditional probability now is the word is actually dependent 2 words before that. So morning here will be dependent on early one, the will be dependent on one morning, sun will be dependent on the morning the. Okay. Then from here, we try to see the result generated. Okay. Whether is it improve our model. Okay. We see it well made again someday on the stove. Weird. Okay. Standing there in the back shoe tangle. This one sounds logical. I was standing on the stove. Very weird. Offer me a pipe. Even more weirder. Okay. So it slightly improved our model better, but still not good enough. Okay. So how do we do better? Okay. So we said that one word dependent on the previous 2 words also doesn't improve our model. Okay, so our language model is not that sufficient when we just use one word depending on the previous 2 words. So what we can do is, so you can see that these are all the basic NLP that we have done some time ago, based on frequency, based on all the graph, whatever. So what we can do now is we'll try to see how can we do better. Okay, how can we do better? We know that the word red here is actually dependent on the word hair. Okay, we know that this word red here is dependent on the word hair. Okay, and then the word hair here, okay, the word red here is also dependent on the word bed. Why? Because they are rhyme. Okay, so this word red here is dependent on 1, 2, 3, the hair, which is 3 words before that. Okay, and this red here is also dependent on the bed, which is 13 words before that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you have a model now even more complex. Okay, you can say now it's not just 1 word or 2 words before that. Now you have a model dependent on even 13 words before that, because this red here is dependent on the word bed because it rhymes. Okay, so now you have a bigger model and try to improve and see whether it improve our model or not. Okay, and then now you can see now your model getting more complicated. Okay, it takes about 10 to the power 70 combination, okay, of combination that you get, and it's getting more and more complicated. Okay, So how do we do better? Okay, how do we do better? So one way is we can actually try to fit the whole sentences now into a neural network. Okay, and try to fit this whole into a neural network. Okay, we want to fit into a neural network and see whether if we hide this word red, whether we can actually predict it. You ask our neural network to predict it. Okay, so we can fit the whole thing like this. Okay, the whole sentence fit into the neural network. Every single word now will be a one node. Okay, every single this word will be a node that you fit into the neural network, and then the output that you want to predict, okay, or the Y that you want to predict is the word red. Okay, it's the word red. Okay, we know that if you want to fit text into a neural network, what you need to do, okay, neural network only can use when the data is in numbers. So you need to change all these words here into numbers. Okay, you need to change all these words into numbers. Okay, so what you can do, you can assign numbers to every single word here. Okay, so you say able, about, all the way to the whole number of words in your lyrics, which is about 92,487 words. Assign every single word a number. Okay, but then it doesn't make sense because let's say I have the word apex, which is number 39, and the word Zenix, which is number 56,356. They are very close to each other because they are similar, about similar meaning. Okay, so we cannot just simply assign a number to a word where there is some sort of word they are close, they are having similar meaning. So what we need to do is we need to group or make those numbers have similar meaning to be closer to each other. Okay, this is what we do is we try to make them into a space, all these words into a space where a word which is similar meaning or have similar semantic should be closer to each other. Okay, so we can now try to say now in a space where these two words, because they have similar meaning, they should be close to each other, and the number will be closer. So this is what we call word embedding. Okay, if you've done NLP before, this is what we call word embedding. So there are many libraries out there have already done this. They've calculated all the 10,000, 100,000 words out there, and they have grouped all these words with a similar semantic to be closer together. So one of the libraries out there is called word2vec. Okay, so word2vec. So now you have all these words as numbers. Now you can fit into your neural network. So this is one of the evolution in the NLP is word2vec. Now you have all the words that can be that has a numbers, and then you try to fit into your neural network. Okay, and you can see now your neural network is very complicated. Okay, we know that this is very complicated. Okay, so how do we do better now? Okay, we can fit this, but this is only one sentence, one lyrics, and it takes a long time to train. Okay, so how do we do better now? Okay, so if you look at it, this is the lyrics of early one morning, the sun was shining. I was lying in bed, wondering if she had changed at all. Her hair was still. I bet if you look at this, you roughly can guess the word is red because this word here is dependent on the hair and dependent on the bed. Okay, so even if I hide some of the word, okay, even if I hide some other words, okay, you still can guess what is the word here. Okay, you still can guess what's the word here. Why? Because some of those other words, okay, in the lyrics, they are not actually influencing, okay, the word red here. Okay, so if I just hide the rest, okay, and only focus on these few words, you still can train the model to predict, okay, the word red. Okay, so this is what happened. You hide the some of the word. Okay, now you just feed in the relevant word. Okay, so those words that are relevant, you give a higher priority that you train into a network. Okay, those words that's not relevant, you give a lower priority. Okay, then you can actually use it to train the model to predict the next word, which is red. Okay, so now let's say now the model now, okay, so you can actually train the model now. Okay, let's say the model when you train, okay, the model predict the word brown. Okay, so the word brown is definitely not the answer that you want. Okay, because you have a label data, the label is red, but your model predicted the word brown. Okay, so what the model will do? The model will go back. Okay, if you learned neural network before, this is what we call back propagation. You go back to your neural network and try to fine tune the model. Okay, he will know that certain words that's not relevant or that is actually making the word to predict the word brown. So what you need to do, okay, you need to put more attention, okay, or put more attention to the word relevant to the word red, and give less attention to the word that is making the model predict the word brown. So all these words like exchange at all, okay, should be given less attention. And then whereas bed, hair was red, should be given higher attention. Okay. Then you can see that now the word bed has higher attention. Okay. And then this bed here will influence the model to predict the word red. Okay. So red, the word bad here will be given more priority, and then you use the model to train. So towards the end, you have a model, okay, and this model that given higher attention to certain words is called the transformer. Okay, it's called the transformer. Okay, so transformer is one of the biggest evolution or biggest finding that that come out that actually help to power all the current large language model out there. So transformer was released by Google, a paper released by Google in year 2021, about 2 years ago, and that spurred a big interest. Okay, that now you can, instead of training the large language model with all the nodes, now you can actually selectively go back and tweak the node in your neural network and given higher attention to certain words. Okay, so now let's say I want to predict a word. So let's say I key in the word it is. Okay, then based on the model that is trained, he will know that of all the word that is can be coming after the word it is, he will know that there's a, the, looking, possible, getting, and all these different words have different probability. And out of all these words, the okay, has the highest probability. Then you probably want to choose as the next word. Okay. Once you put in the here, then you can actually go on to the next word to predict the next word. Okay, so on and so forth. Okay, so you can predict after it is you can say that probably the next word will be lot. It's a lot. Then you will predict similarly to the next word. Okay, lots of fun. Okay, so this is the similar thing that what you see now in all these ChatGPT or Bing Chat or even coming like Google Bard. Okay, so one of the famous model that after transformer was BERT. So BERT is one of the model that is actually being used by many people that is involved all this NLP. Okay, so I'm not going to go further what is BERT, but basically BERT is actually bi-directional encoded representation transformer. Okay, that you can actually tweak it. Okay, and fine tune it to many functionality like translation or whatever. So after transformer BERT, okay, that's where now let's look at the next word prediction. Okay, so let's say I give a sentence. The 16th U.S. president was. Okay, if you look at history, the 16th U.S. president was Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so just now we looked at when you want to do the next word prediction, you look at attention. Okay, but now this is a fact. Okay, there's no other word that you should be predicted because the 16th U.S. president was Abraham Lincoln. So you need to predict the word Abraham. So there's some sort of understanding now to how can you ask the model now to memorize every single word out there. Okay, so how do you ask the model now, instead of just predicting the next word, you also need to memorize certain things. Okay, so for example, I can actually input large amount of data and ask the model to remember or to memorize. For example, who is the 16th U.S. president? Okay, what is the capital of Philippines? Who is the 9th Prime Minister of Malaysia? Who was the Queen of UK? When was Napoleon born? Okay, and you can now see this is going to be infinite. It's impossible for the model to remember all these things. So what can you do? how can you now, based on the neural network that you have, the transformer that you have done just now, how can you now improve the model to actually have better understanding the context, okay, of the sentence? So what can you do? One way is, instead of having one layers, okay, where you have the attention and the prediction, you can actually stack up, okay, more and more of these layers of your transformer model. Okay, you can stack up to multiple layers. Okay, you can stack multiple layers to improve the performance of the model and to improve the capacity of the model. Okay, in fact, if you look at GPT-3, GPT-3 has 96 layers, and then the model by Google called Palm has about 118 layers. So you stack more and more layers to improve the capacity of the model to actually understand, okay, and to remember certain semantics. So basically what happened now is, okay, so you have the underlying layers which understand the syntax of the sentence. Then the higher the layer of the neural network, you try to understand the semantics, the logic of the sentence. Okay, so you need to actually have more and more understandings of the sentence, okay, where this capacity can be encapsulated by the higher layer of the neural network. Okay, so this is the evolution of all the neural network out there, where you have trained with bigger and more layers with more parameters. Okay, so GPT-3 was trained by with 175 billion parameters. Okay, 175 billion parameters. So imagine one parameter is one word. So it trained with 175 billion words out there. Whereas Google Palm is about 540 billion parameters, and there are other, for example, there's another model, large language model called Bloom, that's about 175 billion parameters out there. As you can see, the evolution of all these large language models is actually trained with more and more parameters, and it's taking more and more computing power. Okay, but now there's a recent research that published that we reached a plateau. That doesn't mean now we train with more data, okay, it can actually improve the accuracy of the model. It actually suggests that some of the research suggested that maybe we can actually train with smaller model, but still improve the accuracy of the performance. Okay, so this is where we have come from. Okay, starting from all the just normal frequency model, we have come to where we have reached where we are now, which all this GPT-3, or in fact, OpenAI has launched GPT-4 2 weeks ago, and all this model like Palm by Google. And then OpenAI also introduced ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is still based on GPT-3, but ChatGPT is kind of like an enhancement of GPT-3, which is the version is GPT 3.5. So basically what happened now is, it just not just having a GPT-3 where it's just a large language model, but how do you allow the user to interact with the model? Okay, how do you allow user to interact with the model? So one of the basic ways that you can actually interact with the model is by conversational basis. Okay, that's where we have ChatGPT. So ChatGPT actually based on the research, where what they have done is OpenAI is they actually train with conversation data. Okay, first they ask people just normal chat. Okay, two real human. Okay, they chat, and then they chat any topic, and then this chat the way that human chat, this data is actually labeled and actually used to fine tune the GPT-3. Okay, so you have a label data for people chatting, okay, and then you fine tune the GPT-3 to understand that how the human chat in a very natural way. Okay, then from there, the GPT-3, the ChatGPT will generate sentences. Okay, whenever you try to ask a question in the ChatGPT, he will actually generate sentences. Then from there, you ask people who label the output generated by the ChatGPT. Okay, so the ChatGPT will therefore people will just look at the result generated and label it. Okay, again you go back and fine tune and the model. and he will try to reward the model using what we call reinforcement learning to reward the model if the ChatGPT generate a response that the labeler like, then he'll get a higher reward. Okay, so after some time, okay, the ChatGPT will give a response that's very near to what a labeler will want to see. Okay, so this is how ChatGPT was actually trained. Okay, based on a research paper called InstructGPT. So Google also have a similar technology called Lambda. This Lambda is also now is used in powering the Google Chat, which is the Google Bot. Okay. Okay, so we know that we have reached where we have ChatGPT now, and recently OpenAI just 2 weeks ago has also launched GPT-4. So where are we heading next? Okay, what is the next evolution of our large language model? Okay, so GPT-4 and beyond is expected that we'll have probably trained and scale with more data and parameters. Okay, even though like I said, more and more research saying that the model need to be no need to be has trained and more data. In fact, we need to actually make sure the data that fed into the models, we need to actually do a better data pre-processing to remove those inaccurate data, or to remove all those biased information, or to remove those harmful information. Then all these large language models can be fine-tuned for specific tasks or domain, okay, and also to improve their reliability and accuracy. I'm sure you have tried ChatGPT, sometimes, or even Bing Chat. Sometimes the result generated doesn't make sense, and sometimes the result is not true. Okay. So what happened now is we need to actually fine-tune the reliability and accuracy of the result, and then we can actually fine-tune this model for specific tasks. For example, let's say I want to have a chatbot for medical. What we need to do is we need to retrain or fit all these models, for example, for medical data. Then you will actually produce more reliable results specific to medical domain. Okay. And next, all these large language model will be multimodal. Okay, multimodal means not just trained with text data now. We know that all this large language model was trained with a lot of text data. In the future, you can train with image data, video data, so you can actually understand, okay, image and video. Okay, then you can actually use it to do image captioning, do video summarization. It understand what's going on in the video, and also to, speech recognition. Okay, so we know ChatGPT, GPT-4 has been introduced 2 weeks ago. So, like I said, GPT-4 is multimodal. Okay, so this is GPT-3. It just can deal with text data. Now GPT-4 can deal with audio, video, and text data. It's multimodal. So what GPT-4, if you have watched the launching video, it can actually just now it can actually analyze images. So if you look at this launch video, a guy just draw a website on the paper. A website. He draw a website on the paper. He showed to the GPT-4. GPT-4 would know this is a website, and he'll translate the HTML code to code that website. Okay, so this is something impressive. Next, the demo when during the launch, the user took a photo of item inside his fridge. Okay, let's say the fridge you have eggs or flour or whatever. Then he understands that this is egg, this is flour, and GPT-4 able to say that based on all these ingredients, these are the things you can cook, okay, or make, or a general recipe for you. Okay, and then it also showed that based on a game like Pong, show a picture, and then GPT-4 will know that this is a game of Pong, and then he actually recreate the code, okay, to actually generate the Pong game. Okay, so this is some of the features that is available in GPT-4 now. Okay, so another thing that, for example, this is what GPT-4 can do. So he asks you what is funny about this image. So we know that we human, we know this is an iPhone, and this is a VGA plug. So iPhone cannot plug in VGA. Okay, and then this is something not logical, funny. Okay, so but what GPT-4 can do is you ask him to describe, and then ask him to describe what is funny about this image. So you can see at the bottom here, the humor of this image comes from the absurdity of plugging a large outdated VGA connector to a small smartphone. So you can see you're able to understand the context of the image and able to understand what is not logical about the image. The same thing, this is what the GPT-4 can do. He asks what is unusual about this image. So you say that the unusual about this image is the man is ironing the clothes attached to the roof of the moving this taxi. Okay, you understand this is something not logical. Okay, and then something like this. Okay, GPT-4, he asks what will happen if the string will cut. Okay, you know that this is a balloon and this is a string. If you cut the string, the balloon will fly away. So the response is the balloon will fly away. So you know where are we now? So we know that starting from year 2000, we have all this excitement of neural network. We have all this CNN, RNN, RSTM, all these neural network. And now we are here, okay, 2020, past 2020. And we thought we can see that the AI now has even performed better than human and has already passed what we call the Turing test. If you study computer science, one of the basic tests that to test whether computer is better than human, or human cannot differentiate the output from AI. It's called the Turing test. So AI definitely have passed that now. Okay, if you look at some of the results generated by ChatGPT, you can see sometimes you cannot even know whether it's written by human or generated by ChatGPT. Okay, and lastly, I want to show that we are moving in the direction where we are training with large amount of data and we are taking large amount of computing power. For example, the Google by Palm, the Palm, the model by Google, it actually trained with 2.5 billion petaflops. Okay, so and about 500 billion parameters. Okay, so this is actually we actually have all these AI has and then it actually takes increased amount of computing power. So in conclusion, text is one of the most important communication. NLP has definitely have progressed significantly in recent years. And then with all this large language model, we can see that definitely this large language model will be powering our daily life. And you can definitely see more and more interesting and beneficial product coming up for all these large language models. So thank you very much. You can actually connect with me on LinkedIn or you can find me on Twitter. So I can go to the question if you have any question. Okay, so if you have any question, you can go to slido.com and key in the number 2440836. Okay, I can show you that Slido again. Okay, if you have a question, you can type here bit.ly/LLM Slido. Okay, or use your phone and scan the QR code. Then you can ask a question here. Okay, maybe I will try to answer some of the questions. Okay, what is Slido? Slido is a way that you can actually allow users to communicate and ask questions during the presentation. Okay, what is the real life application of large language model? Okay, so you can actually see that a lot of all these large language model, you can actually, for example, ChatGPT now is actually being incorporated into Bing. Okay, then you can actually see a lot of even all these chatbot. Okay, chatbot. Even now you can see recently Khan Academy, one of the famous online tutoring. Okay, is actually using all these large language model to actually power their this Q&A. So you can see a lot of all these question answer session or chatbot, whatever. If you fine tune with your data, you can actually see all these large language model is powering. So that's why you can see now Bing Chat. If you go to Bing New. So if you go to Bing now, you also can chat so you can see, too bad Google Bard is not still available. So you can actually see, for example, top 10 beaches in Cebu, let's say Cebu Island. So you can actually ask question, then it's like a chat, then you can actually get the result. So yeah, so you actually list these are all the top 10 beaches in Cebu. Okay, so you can see in the future, all these large language model be trained with large amount of data. You can actually use it. It actually power a lot of application out there. What's the difference between chatbot and all these large language model? So if you have used chatbot before, so a lot of this chatbot last time is very limited. Okay, and because and most of the response from the chatbot is very static. Okay, so you say, oh, I doesn't understand what you're trying to say, or I'm a chatbot, I cannot reply to what you are asking now. Okay, but if you look at ChatGPT, I'm not sure whether you have tried ChatGPT. Let me show you ChatGPT. So for example, let's say in ChatGPT, I can ask any questions. Okay, so for example, I say come up with a workout plan for running marathon. Okay, so you actually generate how do you what is a workout plan to run a marathon. Okay, so in the future you can see there is a possibility that we will not use so much of Google or all the search engine, because when you look for search engine, you need to click a link and read the website, and you need to jump from one website to another website. Here you can see you try to understand the context that you want to run a marathon. You generate a workout plan for you. Let me increase the font. You generate a workout plan 16 weeks to run a marathon training program. And then it will tell you week 1 do what, the first month do what, the second month, third month, fourth month. Then he will tell you. So you can see there's a lot of potential. All these large language model, because it be trained with large amount of data, you can actually do a lot of things actually. What does parameter means in large language model? So parameter means the amount of, so basically large parameter, basically you can consider one parameter means one word. Okay, so like just now we have this ChatGPT GPT-3, it takes about 175 billion parameters. So imagine 175 billion words. Okay, so you can imagine how big is a word. But basically what ChatGPT, this GPT-3 have done is, it takes all the text data available from the internet. What's the text data available internet? Okay, can you imagine where all this data coming from? He will definitely train with all the Wikipedia, all the blog, all the Reddit, all the Stack Overflow, all the books, okay, ebooks, all the conference paper, all the journal paper, everything is out there. Okay, so anything that is text, you can be trained. That's why you can see now, like for example, ChatGPT, you can ask all sorts of questions, and it can actually generate some sort of response to your question. Okay. So for example, let's say I can ask ChatGPT summarize a book. Okay, summarize a book called. So let's say recently I read a book called So let's say a book by a famous author in Japan. The title of the book is 1284. Okay, so he will know that. So you know that this 1284 is a book, and then this data is already been trained. Okay, and then you will know that this is a novel by Haruki Murakami, and he will tell you what is a summary of this book about. So you can see it's quite good. Okay, you just give a command, say, give me a summary of this book. Okay. So is there any questions? Any other questions? How about ethics evolve human companion through the development? Okay, so we know that whenever we train a model, sometimes the model trained with the data can be trained with, we know, like we say, garbage in, garbage out. Okay, if you train a model with biased data, or you train a model with misinformation, if you train the data with harmful information, then the model will learn that. Okay, so for all these companies out there, for example, OpenAI or Google, okay, when they want to release all these products, they need to do a lot of pre-processing. They need to spend a lot of time to remove all these harmful or all this data. Okay, So then the model will not be generating all this harmful information. So of course, definitely throughout all this, whether it's ethical or not to generate all this, is actually to see how you use this technology. Okay. Uh, Recently, I give a talk about all this ChatGPT to a lot of academicians, lecturers working in the universities. So they are very concerned that whether all this ChatGPT, all this large language model, is actually helping the student to plagiarize, to cheat. Okay. But we need to think about all this technology out there. Definitely, is going to be used, and then this technology is not going away. So we need to think about how do we use all this technology to augment our skill, to make our life more productive and more efficient. Okay. So instead of banning or instead of telling that, oh, we cannot use these tools, but these tools are definitely out there. Okay. And then how do we use all these tools to make our life more productive and more efficient? Okay. Is there any other questions?
Let's give him a round of applause. Dr. Who's talk, it's clear that these technologies are going to play a huge role in shaping the future of technology. And I hope that everyone here has gained a deeper understanding of the potential of these models and how can they be leveraged to solve complex problems in humanity. Now we're about to start the next session, which is a fireside chat titled Dare to be Remarkable, Breaking Down Barriers and Stereotypes. Our panelists for today's session are Ms. Amina, Shannon, Joy, Faye, and Jasmine. So let us all call them to be one. Let us all call them in front. So during this fireside chat, our panelists will share their personal experiences navigating barriers and stereotypes in their respective fields. They'll discuss the challenges they've faced and how they've overcome them, and as well as offer insights and advice for those who may be facing similar challenges. So I encourage everyone to actively participate in this session by submitting your questions and comments through or by raising your hand and stating if you have any questions. Or for those who are joined with us online, you can ask your questions through the chat or if there's a QR code there. And the questions will be entertained by our panelists directly. So anyone here ask some questions to our panelists? Wait lang. Introduce yourselves for the interview. And so my name is Faye. I'm the community of GPG Philippines. So I started co-organizing it since 2016. So you know, estudyante pa ako. Kakaalam ko yun. And then when I'm at work, I'm the sales manager in Kalmar. So we're a premier partner of I'm Joanna Chang. I've been a volunteer with them for 3 years. So at work, I'm a solutions architect as well as now as architect.
Hello again. I'm Shannon. So I'm an independent product designer. That's just a fancy way of saying I'm a freelancer. So yeah, I've been in the industry for 9 years and I volunteer sa Lifestyle. Hi, I'm Amina. I think I went through my life already earlier, so no need.
Alright, thank you so much. Sorry for the difficulties. I'm doing 2 jobs, actually 3 jobs. I'm hosting this fireside and also doing the technical side and also hosting some of the organizing of this event. Okay, so for this fireside chat, very casual talk with our speakers and also getting to know them more in if you have questions regarding their careers or regarding your careers or advices that you want to ask them, feel free. It's a safe space for us to ask questions, get to know each other, and also connect with each other. Okay, so we already introduced ourselves. First of all, I want to share yung talk kanina ni Miss Anna. As you can see, as you can see, Anna. Okay, sorry hindi ako sanay kasi sa work namin kahit na may mga seniors kasi hindi rin opo or miss nila. Dito talaga tayo. Masyadong hindi pinag-akimay. Okay, sige. So, kanina, binis kasi sa amin na yung story niya, di ba? Sorry. Pagpapractice natin yun. Pero, ayan, from engineering, and hindi naman siya talaga from the tech industry, or hindi siya nag-start sa tech industry. And then, she navigated her way to the tech industry. And now, she's a VP for digital transformation. Right? So, first question natin for this fireside chat is, what has been the most significant barrier in your career, and how did you overcome these barriers or stereotypes? So, a lot of us here are women, right? So, hindi naman natin maipakaya na sa tech industry or even in different industries, there are stereotypes or barriers for us. Kasi ako, for me, galing ako sa animation industry. And dun pala nakita ko na rin yung gap between gender equality. So, what are your opinions or what are the barriers that you have encountered in your career so far? It may be in gender or other things. Nasa tingin nyo, like minorities. So, maybe we can start with Faith.
Actually, siguro yung barrier ko when I started the tech industry, but just a context, no? Parang 3 years ago, I started in the fashion industry. So if you're familiar with Things and Prints, I worked with them as a marketing assistant. So medyo malayo siya sa tech industry. Yung fashion, yung gano'n. So it's really different. And then an offer came in, I just tried to challenge myself. So yung parang different siya, even yung language. It's really different. So siguro yung naging barrier for me that time is really myself. Parang how can I convince myself that I can do things na iintindihan ko? Diba? Ano ko iintindihan yung lahat of even a simple big movie? So si GCP, ano yung crowd? Parang gano'n. So ako, Facebook, Instagram, gano'n. So the main barrier for me during that time is convincing myself na kaya ko to and madali mo lang siya maintindihan. Pero syempre hindi siya nangyari. Kasi napagising ko bukas. Okay, may job offer ka, then you can do all of it. So, as mentioned kay Abby na kanina, it's really a learning curve. So, you start to... Meron ba akong time na umiyak ko sa CR for an event? Kasi parang, ang dami ko dito! Bakit ako nandito? I want in a moment. But then, it's really... You start with yourself. It starts with you on how you want to guide yourself. Follow na yung lahat. You want to learn, you have resources there, you have mentors that you can talk to, so yun.
Thank you so much, Faye. Actually, si Faye, matagal ko na siya kilala. Like 2017, nung nasa lang volunteer, and nakita ko yung progress niya from the marketing side. And I'm so proud kasi nasa tech industry siya na kahit dahil kapag nag-usap kami, yung tech stuff or stuff, weird stuff, yun yung mga term niya sa amin kapag nag-usap kami on mga technical stuff. Pero ngayon, I would say na mas maalam pa siya sa akin in terms of Google Cloud technologies. So, who's tayo? Ayan, alright. Next we have, do you want to go next?
So, ako naman, different story. I've been in tech ever since. And as a kid, I really liked that. Pero at the start, actually, gusto ko comp-sci. And pinakuha siya. So at the start, deeper na ako. Kailangan ko muna kumuha ng course, lumipat sa comp-sci, then graduate from there. Then, when I was in industry, the stereotype naman for me is, at the start, wala. Kasi junior tayo, so lahat tayo, we can do everything, we can grow here technically. But as we grew older, kaya for me, pumasok sa mindset ko na, ay, para tumagal ka sa industry, kailangan mag-management. hindi ka na pwede mag-tech forever. But the good thing is, mentorship and, you see examples in front of you. So I was fortunate when nagpasok ako sa project, may tech leads kami na babae. May manager rin kami babae. So it's so easy to choose for yourself where you want to go. Then right now, it's similar to Paige. Ang biggest struggle ko right now is believing in myself. Lalo na lumipat ako ng solution architecture space, mas konti na yung role models ko. Currently, within our project, pa kami, apat sila lalaki. Ako lang yung babae. Then I am the youngest of all them. So for me, in order to break that, is I need to surround myself with people like me. So kahit hindi siya within the industry itself, but if you find role models to, look up to, to, follow through, you will be able to, break through that.
Thank you so much, Jo. Yeah, so feeling ko lahat, or almost everyone here can relate, lalo na yung mga nag-start pa lang sa tech industry. And hindi natin makakaila na kapag pumasok tayo sa isang project, there will be a lot of men rather than women. So, starting with yourself and being the representation of that minority. Parang yung sinabi kami din ni Monica, right? Be the channel. Alright, sige. Next up.
Hello. Siguro I'll share a story. It's a bit heavy. So I mentioned earlier na one of my first jobs, I didn't really get it right. And then I actually got my first job as a favor kasi my dad is a bit well known in the tech community sa Davao City. And then when I joined that company, parang saling pusa na ako. So I was there to train. They were gonna train me to become a front-end developer. So I wasn't really a designer sa first job ko. And I felt very indebted because I got the job as a favor just because my dad knew the company owner. So it was very heavy for me to be in that company. Na parang I need to perform well. I need to do very good. And then, unfortunately, my experience with that company was not very nice. The owner, well, one of my bosses there, yung parang setup kasi namin is an open space. And then when you enter the office, the first person you're gonna see is me, my table. And then at that time, I didn't have my own unit, so I was using the iMac ng office. And then I kept moving the iMac to somewhere else kasi mag-gigil naman ako. And right now, you might think it's hot, pero giniginaw ko ngayon, that's why I'm wearing a jacket. So I kept moving my iMac somewhere else. And then whenever I come back to the office, I see na it's back to where it was previously. So I asked custodian namin, what is it? Ba't pinabalik yung iMac ko? Then my boss asked me to come to his office. And then he asked, why do you keep moving the iMac? That's office property. Then I explained, wait, dalawang harap sa akin. So, di ko kaya, hinarap. And then, what he told me, like, shocked me. Kasi, sabi niya na he intended na din ako nakaupo. Kasi gusto niya na when there are visitors, they see me first. And maganda daw yung view nila. So, I was like, what? So, I was probably that feeling that you get reduced to something that's small. So yeah, that experience was very shocking to me. That was the first red flag, I think. And then siguro that was the first wake up call ko din na, okay, so this is not nice. And I need to watch out for myself. Because that boss was someone I trusted. Then to be reduced to that type of role, na parang, I just want you guys to know that this is someone pretty or presentable, just say, oh, ano to statue. So, yun, that was like the wake-up call for me na, aside from my own personal battles, there's also these things na, not so nice about being a woman in tech. That was my first bad encounter out of many. And it's really unfortunate na, it's like, you kind of, when I started working, I was very, rose-colored glasses, everything's going nice, and then, yun yung parang reality wake-up call na.
So, nandito pa rin siya. So, until now, you know, there still are instances na you get reduced to like, babae lang. Not like that, babae lang. So that's the kind of barrier na I've been working against. And siguro for me, I also had experiences with of trying to fit in better. But now that I'm older, more matured, I'm like, why do I wanna fit in, you know? I just wanna be unapologetically. And I think that again it resonates to what Monica said earlier na you change the channel. If you think na they're trying to fit you in a box, you find somewhere else. So that's what I did. I left that company. Thankfully, yun, I haven't been in touch with them actually. So, yun, I guess. Sorry. I'm actually not living in Manila. I just traveled here for this event. So I'm still working primarily almost in Davao. But I guess after that first job, I've been with other companies in Davao City. And I would say that they were the only bad work. So parang first experience, I would say na parang that's like your first boyfriend. It's very mature. You charge to experience. But so far, the other comments have been that they've been very loving.
Thank you so much, Karen. Actually, parang nakaka-relate ako dun sa kwento ni Sharon. Kasi parang kapag freshies ka, tapos excited ka mag-work, right? So parang everything na i-offer sa'yo, ginagawa mo. Pero at the same time, right now, sa generation na to, I think it's better na parang you have your choices and you also think of the culture, the management. Kasi the first experience will resonate all throughout your journey. And yun yung parang mag-dictate sa'yo kung gusto mo ba talaga doon sa industry na yun. Kasi maraming magaling mapagod dahil lang sa bakit or toxic environment. So, yeah. Next, natin si Amina.
That's very true. Kaya I join a company like Gigi Summer. Seriously, I've been very lucky because all of the companies I joined, parang never felt that there was any discrimination. So, only in opportunities like these na do I hear na it actually exists pala. And I agree that, you know, just fine. There are, I guess, the lesson here is there are companies or environments wherein you can thrive. And I think for me, so my biggest challenge I think was, you know how tech is always perceived as the reason for the need. And the tech is always, because people don't understand it, then it becomes that black box that becomes blamed whenever something goes wrong. And I think one of my main challenges throughout the role and why I shifted to product management was it became a bridge of making sure that tech had a voice, but also bridging the gap between business requirements to technology, you know, and making those two groups actually talk to each other and understand each other and realize that, you know, you can actually have better results if you just understand it, right? But actually, yeah, I think it's like math. When people feel like math yan, hindi ko naiintindihan yan. That's how they feel about tech also. So I think all of us also have a role to make sure that people understand what we're doing and appreciate it and how valuable it is to actually just partner with us to produce better things.
Please. Okay, so dun sa mga journey na sinare sa atin na sa industry na, ay coming from marketing, joke, nag-start ka with Popsy talaga. And then Shannon started as UX, and then he's,
Pero maganda, dito kanina sabi walang age, walang bias.
Amina, from engineering to product and digital transformation. Dun sa journey, no, did you ever felt like imposter nung nagka-transition kayo? And how was it for you? Paano nyo na-overcome? Or if not, ano yung mga steps nyo ginagawa para ma-overcome nyo yung factor? Okay, sige.
Ako, oo naman. Yung lalo na yung first few months, first year, talagang parang makaharap sa customer na hindi mo alam kung ano yung sinasabi mo. Parang it's not good na pre-sales mo. Kasi sales, I'm not sure if you're familiar, we have sales, business, guide yung pinatid. Then you have pre-sales. So siya yung nag-bridge ng gap between tech and then sales. So may knowledge siya with sales na itong strategy na to is for sales part na parang it's not always about okay, doable siya, pero kailangan kami lang. Parang may gano'n. So, hindi pwede nakasa lang sa pre-sales ko na ito yung sinasabi niya. So, you will not be able to strategize. But the key to doing sales is you have to strategize. Sino yung kaharap mo and how will you talk to that person. It's different. Parang yung kung 5 yung meeting mo sa isang araw, ibang personality yung kailangan mo palabisin. Meron dyan seryoso, so dapat formal ka. Meron dyan yung hindi ka seryoso kasi may intimidation siya. Masasalita din na sabihin sa'yo yung challenges mo. So, yung parang first step doon was how can I know these things? And yung imposter doon is parang I have to admit to myself na kaya ko siyang gawin. So for me to do that, what I did is to learn things. So for example, yung isang customer ko for first meeting, ang gusto niyang kumagawa is about AI ML or chatbot. So alam mo, research na ako, chatbot, ano yung sabihin. So may talking point ka na gagawin. But then, all along, you learn then in a general note, kailangan mo siyang intindihan from end to end. You have to talk to engineers. Ano na gagawin? Kasi para ma-explain mo sa customer paano siya gagawin, you have to understand it first. In a way, na maintindihan ang kausap mo. Kasi kausap mo, they're not too technical. Probably, you're talking to the CEO. Yes, technical siya. Pero doesn't mean na aalamin niya paano connect natin. So, you have to make sure na you learn also from the things na nare-read mo on the inside. So, that's how it worked with me. I was able to overcome yung imposters.
Thank you so much, Faye. Okay, see you next. Start tayo, okay, bilang.
For me, yes. Yung parang confidence level tends to rise or dip depending on what we're doing. So for me, yung sa current role actually, at the start, hindi ako solution architect. Actually, nakuha yung role because I never in the organization's common ground. It was just me to the company. How permanent, paano ko pwede ako, it was at the background of the pandemic. What happened was, kailangan namin apply for our jobs. So I was thinking to myself, apply na lang ako, sure ako para di ako kumilala. But what happened was, during the discussions, like, may manager ako sinabi, kaya niya, di kaya mo na lang, what can you use? So I took her advice, I tried it, then I got the job. So good. At the start, I'm saying, wow. But that was when the imposter syndrome kicked in very hard. Kasi, lumipat ako sa role, wala akong alam. Tapos lahat na kasama ko was like 50, 60, 50 years na nag-contact. So, parang talaga sila as solution architect. So, parang at that time, you're asking yourself, am I asking the right questions? Am I bothering them too much? Good. So, I tried hard to catch up and try to find areas now where I know I can be good at. But that will balance out the things that I don't do at all. that way na parang, alam mo yun, you feel something of an accomplishment just balance out that feeling of not being confident in other areas. Then what also helped was surrounding yourself. I was lucky na yung manager ko rin, babae. And every time na parang I was feeling down, I just shared it with her. And I got encouragement from her.
Thank you so much, Jo. And next, your channel.
I guess my story would be how I am going to be a speaker. I saw that call for speakers on Facebook because I've been following your page for a while, and then I wanted to apply as a speaker, but I was hesitating. I'm still not comfortable kasi calling myself a co-founder of UX Davao. Kasi for me, I just see it as volunteering, you know. So it's not something that I really own. I started this or I helped start this community. Tapos, yun, I saw the call for speakers and I was hesitating because I felt like, okay, baka ako lang, ako lang yung outsider dito or it might not fit with the theme or baka ako lang yung, there was this very big imposter syndrome na I'm not sure if I'm bringing anything to the table. And then I saw the final post na last day for cover speakers. And okay, let's just do this and get this over with. At least, I tried, And if I don't get accepted, at least I won't wonder now, what if I applied pa na? Baka nakuha ko. Yung iniisip ko, if at least I don't get accepted, I know for sure, hindi naman na, I wonder pa na, what could have happened. I got invited naman. So, okay.
Thank you so much, Stan. Actually, kapag nagko-call for speakers, hindi namin tinitignan yung visual profession like or level. We check kung ano yung kayang i-produce na talk sa audiences. And if it's dun sa team na meron tayo. And again, WDM is a safe space for everyone. So if ever sa mga attendees for now na nandito interested to talk, like, doesn't matter naman if sobrang experienced tayo or we're just starting, but you want to, expose yourself in the industry talaga. You can apply for, actually yung si Ian na nasa likod, naging speaker namin siya for Deltas Pampanga. And I think student ka pa, di ba? So, very open lahat. So, thank you. Love.
Next up, I did the positivity survey.
Yes, thank you, GG Bishop. Sinabi sa akin ni Jera na po yung yes, imposter syndrome all the time, even now. I mean, similar to China, conscious lack of confidence that you have value, you can bring in value, or that you can contribute something. But one time though, I was talking to someone about it, and yung tanong niya sa akin, I was feeling that way. And yung tanong niya sa akin is, how much of it was you? And when you think about it, it's always us, diba? It's always our self-limiting beliefs that actually makes us stay in kaya, or I'm in a place wherein I'm pretending to be someone I'm not. I think as long as you find what you're comfortable with, you find your authentic self, and this is me, you learn to accept that. You have all of the things that they said, support systems, putting yourself in an environment. Then those will all help. But you also have to make a conscious effort not to let yourself feel like you are an imposter.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Okay, so nalaman na natin kung paano nila overcome or still trying to overcome your imposter syndrome. Dito sa audience natin, meron bang kayong additional questions for our speakers? Sa tingin niyo hindi pa rin discuss?
Or baka meron silang to share.
Yes.
Or
Meron kayong experiences that you think can relate sa lahat na nandito? Meron ba? So far?
Yes, really.
Professional. I don't think it's something that people doesn't know about you. But you could be your free time, like something like your passion project, or something like that. Like, as you mentioned, it's not just the word that you do it, or you have something that you also doing aside from dating stuff. I'm really curious. Like, who are you? You know, after it and stuff like that.
Ako, boring person ako. So, I just stay with my dog. So, I spend a weekend with him kasi Mondays to Fridays, ano ko, nasa work from home, pero hindi ko naman niya ako nakakasama. So, I just spend the weekend with him. Lalabas kami, and more of time niya talaga yun. And then, of course, family, friends. So, minsan, nagayaya ako with friends, no? Talagang to, talagang yan. So, more on the travel side when I'm not working. So, ano, working talaga ako. I'm sorry.
Similarly, actually, ako walang plans, but I spend time with family and friends. Currently, I'm taking trying to do yo-yo. Yo-yo hitting tricks. Awesome. Wala lang.
Sample now. For me, one thing I like to do outside of work is to cook. So my partner, my fiance, I live from. That's how we met because we both like to cook. He likes mga Middle Eastern food, biryani. I like more Asian stuff like Korean food, Japanese food. So it's also my way to distress. I like learning new recipes, trying to experiment. And then currently, I'm also trying to learn how to play the drums. I wanted to play the drums since I was a kid. And then I only have been able to afford a drum set this year. So I bought a drum set finally, and then I'm learning on my own via YouTube tutorials.
Actually, there's something on drugs. Parang bihira ako makakita ng girl on drugs. Really cool.
I think I mentioned yes. As you see, no, seriously. Parang when I go home, I try to just parang relax, and that's my relaxation, no? So, mas stress na naman sa time management or strategy games. But that's another time. Parang may mga thing. What else? I also watch a lot of videos na more of learning, but on a different side, no, non-technical. So, I watch TikTok videos how to put on makeup, yung mga hacks ng fashion, mga ibang paano mo mali-fold yung pants mo, and all of that, mga ganun, light stuff.
Hindi ako nag-TikTok, pero meron din yung ginagawa. Hindi kasi talaga. And actually, sobrang natuwa ako sa kasi parang recently, nag-pop up din sa mind ko yung question mo, parang outside work, who are you? And outside community, who are you? So yun yung parang, yung inisip ko, starting last week, parang okay, pag nawala ako sa trabaho, parang hindi ko okay. Nagko-community building or community organizing ako. After that, kapag wala na yung, pag nag-tapos na yung time ko on community, ano ako? Parang yung question ko. And I'm still trying to figure out, kasi before I really love sports, like going outside, street sports actually, like skateboarding, wakeboarding, lahat ng boarding. I do artists way back in high school. And sobrang namimiss ko yung ganong hobbies. And ngayon kasi hindi ko siya masyadong nagawa. More on the technical stuff yung ginagawa ko. So, okay. Next question natin for our speakers. So, kanina, discuss natin yung careers, right? And yung stereotypes, ganyan. And also, kanina, kayo sa top ni Monica, which is yung may Manila, na-discuss ko yung representation. Okay? So, how important it is to have representation in your industry or in general. Kasi I think lahat tayo, we're still navigating. And sometimes, like, for example, our friends like Muslim people, hindi sila ganun nakikita, especially in the industry, Filipino people na represented sa film industry. So, for you, gaano siya ka-important? And ano yung pwede natin gawin na really push forward yung representation in every industry style?
I think these days lang po tayo kasi everyone's open na. Hindi na siya yung parang, ito kami, intindihin nyo kami, and grabe do this. No? Much open na compared before. And right now, yung parang hindi na natitignan most of the time. Women, basta kaya mo siya gawin. So, siguro yung representation na lang doon would be women think different sometimes with them. Kasi ang girls mas ano sila, pag guts nila, instincts nila, they'll push for it. Aside from more on the, ito kasi nag-work, ito yung process before, diba? Tayo, may ganun tayo ng instinct na, okay, this is something that will work. So yung team namin dito sa Philippines actually, tatlo pa lang kami since we're just starting off since last year. And ako lang yung girl. So yung kasama ko, dalawang guy, 35 and 50 na, sila hirap ako mag-communicate talaga. But I think it's just under the way they are, and you want to be understood, then that's also the way you will understand. Regardless of babae sila o lalaki sila, that's siguro more of good na yung inclusivity. Diba? So aside from being that women inclusive, yung pagiging inclusive, that's creating a good environment within them.
Thank you so much, Kuya. Actually, right now, sobra, hindi naman popular, pero a lot of companies are trying to build the DEI and na part ng parity na. And I think this time around, hindi lang diversity yung tinitingnan, like babae, lalaki, age group, religion or background. Also, we're moving beyond that. I can see like tech companies who are employing people with disabilities, people who are deaf. And a lot of these things are good representation, not just for the tech industry, but also in different industries. And for those people na, or kids na tinitignan ko lang nila kung saan sila papuntang. So, yeah. Next natin, Jo.
So, yun, buti sinabi niya yun. Actually, yung inclusivity, di ba? Parang, when we use our technologies, usually kala natin that it's designed for us. But what do you think in your blind person ka? How do you navigate your phone? It's so difficult. So you need those representations in the room with you to design the products, to code for you, so that you have an attitude. While us, as those na parang they design it for us, we need to learn. We need to study about different cultures, different groups. Parang if they are not in the room with us, we can be advocates for that.
Thank you so much, Jo.
I guess for me, it's sa UX Davao kasi, I relate this through my experience when advocating for UX Davao and Davao designers and technologists in general. Because until now, we still do experience not stereotyping. Some people, when they hear you're from Davao, they see the or warmonger, okay. So there is that kind of expectation. Like you're from Davao, you're like this, you're ganyan. So that's something we as a community, we're trying to break down that stereotype. One of the things that we advocate for them is that we want to elevate the profile of Davao designers and technologists. We want to let people know that there are capable designers and technologists here as well. Kasi during my experience then, when I was starting out, I noticed na it was very Manila-centric, yung mga programs. There's this podcast na for Filipino designers. It was hosted by Alexis Collado, he's a good friend of mine now. I remember hearing the stories sa podcast. So what he does is he invites well-known Filipino designers. And then I noticed, why is everyone from Manila? Why is everyone comes from Luzon. Why is there no Cebu designers? Mas marami pang Filipino-American designers kaysa designers from Cebu or Davao or Mindanao. So I sent a feedback form kay Alexis na, I love your podcast, but I hope na in the next episodes, you invite someone then from like outside the metro. And then sometimes he invited me to his podcast. Okay, you know that. But having conversations like that, and then siguro pakapalan lang din ng heart, like, let people know that you here, you take up your space, and advocate for yourself and your people. So,
Yeah, I think I agree na parang yung culture ngayon, no, I have kids who are past teenage years already. And may cancel culture, diba? So, parang hindi na siya like before. But maybe I'll just take a manager's point of view in terms of how you can help, parang what can you do about it. And I think as we grow in our careers, we always have responsibility for other people. And one of the best ways is to really empathize with the people that we work with. It doesn't matter, again, it doesn't matter gender or whatever, but trying to look for people's strengths and then trying to find ways to help them develop that, whether it's your friend, your kid, or diba, your colleague. Parang, what's that one thing that can make them different? And how can I actually help that person grow? And I think yun, parang maybe a deliberate attempt to do that, to help.
Thank you so much. Actually, follow-up question. Since you mentioned on this person, how do you deal with people na gusto mo represent yung sarili na other people, but then they are too introverted in that? Like, how do you manage parang, do you usually ask baka meron siya sabihin or something?
One of the things I learned to help people as a manager to parang let other people speak first. In fact, meron ng isa na start with the most junior in the room because it helps empower them. Because once it's a senior saying it, wala na, everybody else will agree. So you also have to give people that space wherein you literally give them time to speak up so that they're able to share their thoughts without having to think that I just need to agree with you.
Grabe interesting kasi siya. So, how do you manage, for example, you see the potential sa tao ko, but hindi ka siya nasalita. Parang, how do you encourage him or her to speak up with, kasi kapag kausap mo siya, na kayo dalawa lang, okay siya, nagkakanda siya, marami siyang fresh ideas. Pero when you put him or her in your group, wala na. Hindi na siya nagsasalita.
Well, siguro doon medyo ibubuli mo na ng konti. Bigyan mo siya ng opportunity talaga, like whether, like say sa presentation, you'll make sure na, ikaw present yung slides ano. Or literally in the meeting, kasi my boss used to do that to me, in the meeting, what do you think? Kasi ready, di ba? But parang feeling mo mas mapapahiya ka pa kasi you were put on the spot. So, I think it's always better to prep them na, this is what I'm gonna do and I'm gonna give you this opportunity. So, whether you take it or not, mahala ka doon.
You give you or her spotlight.
Yes.
Okay, ito. So, you have to do it on your own.
Yes, pero siguro parang your role there is to manage, diba? Kung feeling mo hindi na kaya na, the full one, sige, 2 slides. Or this part lang, ikaw mag-discuss. Hanggang sa kaya din.
Thank you so much for this. So we're almost running out of time, but to conclude this session, I will just ask one last question. Complete the sentence #DareToBeBlank. What advice can you give to the next generation of leaders and techmakers? Who wants to start?
Wala na ako kasi inon ko na yung dare to be unordinary. Dare to be bold.
Dare to be fearless.
Siguro, dare to be who you are. You define yourself kung sino ka, and then you stand by kung ano yung tingin mo, sino ka. Or regardless, as long as it's right. As long as it's right, and as long as it's good, you stand by who you are.
Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to this fireside chat. I hope na may natutunan. And if you have more questions, later after the last speaker, you can also interact with the fireside speaker if you have more questions. And again, thank you so much, Jess.
Thank you again to our speakers for such an insightful and inspiring fireside chat. You've shared so many valuable experiences and perspectives on breaking down barriers and stereotypes. And I'm sure that everyone here has learned a thing or two with your stories. And I hope that your stories have inspired our attendees to continue to be daring and remarkable and break down barriers in their own lives and fields. Your advice have truly been invaluable. Now let's move on to our next segment. We have a multi-talented speaker who is a science writer, editor, mentor, researcher, strategic communication consultant, and a STEM education advocate, all rolled into one. She gravitates towards stories and studies that allow her to analyze concepts, phenomena, and issues and their relationship to society and current events. This has helped her win recognitions both in the Philippines and abroad. She is armed with more than a decade of experience working with Philippine and international media, tech companies, startups, public relation agencies, nonprofits, and research institutions. Our speaker is a true visionary who has achieved success by taking bold risks and trusting in her own audacity. She'll share with us how she overcome challenges and achieve success on her own terms and offer advice for those who are looking to use this. Are you ready to be inspired and empowered to take charge of your own life and pursue your dreams with unyielding courage? Put your hands together for Ruby Shira Panella, Media Relations and Social Influence Specialist at International Rice Research Institute.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really sorry I cannot join you in person in Makati today, as I'm based here in Laguna and some things came up sa trabaho. But yeah, I'm not sure if I can present, but can I? Let me check. Okay. Wait. Okay. So how do I control this? All right. So I think my presentation is up and running. Yeah, the title of my presentation is, well, my talk really is, sometimes all it takes is kapal na mukha. I mean, if you heard the introduction about me, so parang ang dami-dami kong ginagawa, di ba? Tsaka parang ang dami-dami kong kayang gawin. But really, it's just something about optics and presenting yourself and being confident enough to say things and do things, um, and things will follow, essentially. So, oh, wait. Okay. So, let me start by talking about like my younger years, no, as a context. So I believe there's something to be said about telling kids that they're smart at an early age. So my picture here is when I was like around 1 or 2 years old. So in Luneta Park, hindi pa siya Rizal Park. Um, Kasi I remember being told na matalino ako at an early age. Like they said, I learned how to read on my own because I was left in the house by myself even when I was a toddler. Because everyone at home needs to work. Like my mom, my father, my grandparents, all need to work. So iniiwanan ako bukas sa TV, and then I learned how to read on my own. So they thought that I'm smart. And because I was told I'm smart, during my kindergarten, my first time to enter school, nung hindi in-announce na first honor ako by the end of the entire school year, hindi ako pumasok the following day because I was so mad and I was so disappointed that I didn't get the first place because I thought I was smart. Pero apparently meron someone smarter than me. So that started it. I became hyper competitive, but I also, to some extent, became. I mean, this was pre-social media generation, so I became hyper competitive, but at the same time, I was also a little bit complacent and lazy because whenever I already understood something, I stopped working on it. Like tapos na yung lesson na yan for me kasi naintindihan ko na I don't want to listen to that anymore, or uh, arrogant and even cocky. So, I mean, this is an event for International Women's Day, di ba? So, if you think about it, there's also gender um, thing going on kasi pag sinabi mong arrogant, cocky, so it's talking about penises, and when you're saying it, timid, you're going to say the adjective is pussy, no? So, something like that. But what I'm trying to say is that um, yumabang ako kasi alam ko matalino ako and complacent, very complacent. Teachers would often complain to my parents by the end of the school year that I wasn't paying attention in school, uh, and I get bored too easily, and that uh, all I needed to do is to exert like 10% effort. I remember that the assistant principal told my mom this: your daughter needs to exert just 10% effort, and then she'll top the class. So, but I never really cared. I mean, I like going to school because I'm learning, and I also like. I was very scrappy. This is the 90s kids, and even probably the Gen Xers before us. We're scrappy kind of people. We make do with whatever's in front of us. So it takes a lot of imagination. It takes a lot of thinking to have toys. I didn't grow up in a well-off family, so um, wala akong ganitong klaseng dolls. So I make my own paper dolls. Um, I didn't have like a toy car, so I make toy cars out of cans and bottles and whatnots. I couldn't buy an entire Lego set, so my building blocks are books, VHS tapes, cassette tapes, so things like that. Um, I don't have an encyclopedia set. That was a thing back then. Like your classmates na kaya mag-recite ng maraming bagay might have their own encyclopedia set. I didn't have that when I was growing up, and wala kaming computer. So what I did was to read whatever's in front of me, and most of the time those are newspapers as well as tabloids. Like, yeah, I was able to read Sagad, or well, back then it was just Tik Tik that my Lola brings home. Um, Tik Tik, and but at the same time I read Philippine Star and Philippine Daily Inquirer. So yeah, whatever's in front of me, and then I tried to form stories inside my head. And kasi wala kaming cable eh. Like, the things that I watch are the things that everyone else has watched. Princess Sarah, Sedi, among others. But then again, it helped me exercise my brain because I was forced a lot to think. So, uh, you have when you think about imagined communities inside your head, you think you're building ambiance, you're building a community, you're building leadership, you're forming what form of government, sort of. Usually it's monarchy kasi we believe in princesses and prince charmings. So we formed like narratives in terms of love stories or whatever, or even like family stories. Um, and those were the things I didn't know that later in life this will be very helpful. Ano, so like um the skills that we develop in our early age, talaga formative yon, in terms of what we can do later in life. Yung picture na to was just one of our toys when in the 90s, no? So I tried to entertain myself with just like 5 peso toy like that. I think it was 3 pesos or 2 pesos, ganon. Free sa mga chicheria. So the only thing it does is just make the ball float when you blow it. And it's funny kasi parang you think it's magic but it's not, it's physics. So and you try to form inside your head how it does that and things like that. So yeah, what are the things that I've done out of sheer kapal ng mukha? So one, if you could see the picture, so hindi ako yan. Yan si Ice Sigera. So before when she was when he was um a rising star, so nag-join siya sa Little Miss Philippines, 'di ba? So as Isa Segera, very madaldal, very bubbly, and very matalino, that kind of kid. So um when I was 3, I thought I was going to join also a beauty pageant, Little Miss Philippines. Kasi I really wanted to join kasi makapal nga mukha ko. Wala naman akong talent eh. I didn't know how to sing. I didn't know how to dance. Like the only dance I do is like, jug-jug lang alang yuyug-yugin mo lang yung sarili mo. And then wala din naman magtuturo sa akin. So I didn't have any kind of talent whatsoever. So, but I was really confident about like myself that I could win a pageant. So, but my father was adamant na hindi ako pasalihin in things like that kasi it would ruin down my childhood. And so, as a compromise, they let me join a local competition in our town. So, Little Miss Balagtas. I didn't win. That's why I don't have pictures of it anymore. So, yeah, I don't even remember what I did. Basta alam ko talo ako. Um, and then that was fine. It was just a silly contest. Later in life, in high school, I saw in the newspaper that Singapore was looking for graduating high school students to take part dun sa senior high program nila. And yeah, so that was a scholarship program. And then, yung wala pa kasing K to 12 nun dito. So, kumbaga parang it's a risk for you as a graduating high school student to take another 1 or 2 years of high school just to be able to get in international schools and schools abroad. So, but kasi nga, makapal nga mukha ko, I didn't know what it's all about. I tried to enter the scholarship program. So, when I took the test, I realized that most of the people inside the room, we were at EDSA Shangri-La in a hall there, are most of them, like probably 80% of the students there were graduating from Chinese schools. And true enough, kasi tungkol sa math, usually yung karamihan ng test math, science, logic, ganyan. So, I know that I couldn't pass that test. I was just in third year high school and kailangan nila talaga fourth year noon. But they allowed third year students to come in. So yeah, I was able to pass just one level of um uh, scrutiny, parang level 1 ng exam. Tapos the next time, hindi na ako natanggap for shortlisting. Again, that was, parang hindi ko naman alam ano yung pinasok ko eh. Makapal ang mukha ko, kaya sabi ko, sige, try natin to. That also still uh, happened when I was trying for college. I was so sure about myself. Hindi na nga kapal na mukha to, yabang din eh. Kapal na mukha and yabang. So, I was so sure at myself na hindi ako mag-aaral sa probinsya. So, um, I took an entrance exam to two private schools in Manila. I'm not going to name them anymore. But I'm very sure na hindi ako mag-aaral dun sa schools na yon. I just took them out of compliance. And then I took an exam, the UPCAT, for the University of the Philippines, and put UP Manila and UP Diliman. And we all know na UP Diliman, UP Manila is sort of like the flagship campuses. Therefore, mas mataas yung requirement just to be able to get in. So, again, sigurado ako sa sarili ko, makapal ang mukha ko. So, it's for me, it was just UP or nothing. And I got in. Later, like nung pumasok na ako, when I realized it was so difficult to be able to pass the subjects inside the university, inisip ko, kino-question ko ba yung sarili ko doon sa mga sa kakapalan ng mukha ko. But, I mean, it helped me naman in the long run. So yeah, and another one is like when I entered the media. So, yeah. So, graduating from college is something na very parang weird time siya for everyone. At least during my generation, I'm not sure right now. Kasi you finished something, but at the same time you don't know exactly where you're going. Or even if you do, there's still some level of uncertainty whether it's going to pan out or not really. Kasi we're not the success measure that we have is not really in the diploma but how are you going to use that diploma for yourself or for your community or whoever stakeholders that you want to help or and yeah, and as you can see, this picture is like probably 30 kilos lighter and so on and so forth. But I was proud. I was proud UP graduate, and I thought that I could change the world. But I mean, look at where we are now. I don't think I have changed anything. So, but yeah, uh, let me tell you a little bit of how I came to be in the media, no. So parang weird do kasi hindi naman to masyadong tungkol sa tech. But yeah, later on magkukwento din ako about that. So I know when I was a journalism student that I'm not capable of being a journalist for a daily newspaper or a reporter for a TV news program. Why? Because I realized that I'm not really a good writer at all. And I don't know how I'm so awkward in front of the camera. Kaya magmula ng 2020, isipin nyo yung nag-umpisa yung magkaroon ng mga webinars. That was so tough for me. Like, I think most of the webinars that I facilitated in 2020 sucked. And yeah, I can say that. Those sucked. So, yeah. So, what is this picture all about? So, when I finally realized when I finally decided na hindi ako magiging like daily news reporter, ganyan. So, I was trying to find out a space for myself in the media. Like, saan ko ba gagamitin yung degree ko? Journalism is notorious for being like the degree na hindi ka naman yayaman kasi nga halos para sa bayan yung pagbabalita eh. Like you're talking about informing the public about what they need to know. But at the same time, hindi naman kasi well appreciated ang media dito sa Pilipinas. Like when I was starting my starting salary sa GMA as a researcher for a TV program, was 14,000 pesos a month. Napipilahan mo pa yung cheque every 2 weeks. Tapos, papilahan mo yung cheque sa cashier, tapos pipila ka ulit para magpa-encash nung cheque dun sa isang bank. And then, wala kang SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, etc. So, kapag pinadala ka sa bundok or something, pag namatay ka doon, patay ka. Walang tutulong sa'yo because wala kang insurance whatsoever. So, yeah, 14,000 pesos. There were days that I had to pay for my cameraman's food. Kahit hindi ko naman talaga dapat nasagot yun, but they expect me to do that. So, galing pa yun sa 14K na salary ko a month and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I was trying to carve out a place for myself in the media that I could do something, that I could have an effect on. And I found, sabi ko, why not write about science? So, science journalism. At that time, hindi pa ganon ka mature yung science journalism in the Philippines. Hindi pa rin naman until now. I didn't know where to look for mentors, and I didn't know where to look for inspiration in the Philippines. So sabi ko, wala akong model, I don't have anything for myself. I just thought I know how to write news because I was educated in journalism. So wala akong science degree. I don't claim to be like the best in science. And makapal lang talaga mukha ko that one day I talked to my friend who works in GMA News Online and told him, "Are you friends with the science editor of GMA News Online?" And he said, "Yes, we're very close." And I told my friend na, "Can you introduce me to him? I want to write about science." So that's it. Like, that's just one sentence, no? As in, wala akong portfolio whatsoever. Wala akong blog about science. I don't have an article to myself na about anything journalism na pwedeng magamit for that particular job. I just wanted to write about science, to try it. Because I love science. And for a time, I really wanted to become a scientist. And yeah, I was introduced to the science editor, and this picture represents the photo of the first ever thing I wrote. So this is a picture of a snake eel that was named after a Filipino dive guide. So Perry's snake eel. It just so happened that Perry, the dive guide that this was named after, um, is a friend of mine. So he was not the one who told me this story, but we were talking like among our friends, and then one of them said that sa GMA ka pala. Etong si Perry may pinangalanan sa kanyang species ng eel. Feature nyo naman. So that was it. That was the first time I wrote about science ever in the Philippine media. And I didn't get paid for that, to be honest. Walang bayad yun. Kasi nga, gusto ko lang ng gagawin about science. So, may nagawa naman yung kapal na mukha ko, no? Nakapagsulat ako. Eventually, after a few articles, yung reporter sa science and technology section decided to resign, and they have a space for me. So I asked I asked if they can take me as a science reporter, and they did. And I spent just a few months in GMA News Online, but it was like the best first few months for a science journalist here in the Philippines. Because ang dami kong nakilala, ang dami kong nagawa, ang dami kong stories na nasulat. Um, I won an award uh, for writing about science education in the Philippines. So that was my first ever award. And ang masaya sa award kasi, sa mga awards, sa mga itong bagay, may cash yun. So, masaya ako dun sa, parang ano siya, magic money. It didn't come from anything. Parang, it just happened. So, may magic money ako bigla. And a trophy that is apparently now worth around 1.3 million pesos. So, tinatago ko yon pag nagipit ako, benta ko na siya. Char. So, yeah. And then, so that was it. The later on, I found myself writing and editing actually for a community news publication, no, Sunstar. Sunstar is a Cebu-based group of publications actually that is serving communities outside Manila. Um, I didn't know how to become an actual desk editor that time. I thought that my grammar is still not perfect. Hindi pa nun ganun kauso ang Grammarly and Paperator, for example. But tinanggap ko yung job because I thought it's a new adventure. So that was in 2013, also the time when Yolanda came in. So I still wrote a few science articles for them, but my job was really more devoted toward editing daily news articles from different reporters and posting them on the website. Now, it came to me na I really wanted to become a science journalist, that I really want to work on science um, for for a long time. I couldn't say naman for the rest of my life, but really for a long time. So, merong time na pinapili ako nung manager, nung boss ko, um, dito, like sa Sunstar. And he asked was, um, you can't keep doing uh, things on the side, uh, like teaching science journalism, for example, or writing even inside our publication, our own publication. Kasi daw, ang main task ko is to edit and post. So mag-isip-isip daw ako whether ano yung gusto ko talagang gawin. And without even thinking things very hard, like within that very minute, the moment he finished asking that question, again, kapal lang talaga ng mukha yung meron ako. So I said, I'm quitting. And wala akong ipon kasi, maliit nga yung sweldo eh. Maliit yung sweldo, tapos marami akong gastos kasi hindi mo ako taga Manila, tapos kailangan ko mag-umupa sa Manila and so on and so forth. So sabi ko, magkukwit ako. So wala akong regular income, wala naman akong kliyente, wala, and everything. Like I have nothing. I just have the guts to say I'm quitting. So I quit the job and decided to go freelance. That was in 2013. The next time I was formally employed was actually 27 already. And even then, freelancer pa rin ako. So 2013, wala akong anything eh. Like, wala akong pera at all. And I just know I like writing science. But at the same time, in that same year, last 5 minutes, can I have like 7 minutes more? But in that same year, I was part of the World Federation of Science Journalists, Science Journalism Cooperation in Asia. So meron akong 10-year fellowship and mentorship ng isa sa mga magagaling na science journalists sa buong mundo. So, and we went around different countries. So Indonesia, Vietnam. This photo was taken in around, like, in the outskirts of Fukushima in Japan, right after, like, a few years after the tsunami. So yeah, I mean, I took a chance in applying for a fellowship for that kasi I want to learn more about writing about science nga. So it paid off naman. It paid off really well. Um, and yeah, in 2017, I found myself working for a cloud database company. Again, wala akong experience whatsoever. I don't understand the technology. I just know that I think I can write. And that's all that, alam mo yun, parang nilakasan ko lang yung loob ko to apply and actually say na I can do the job even if I don't have anything related to it. And that will also follow whenever I get tagged to do something else. Like that class picture was with Senator Bam Aquino when we were doing a series of public discussions about the Balik Scientist program. Eventually, that will become a law. And I was so proud to be able to say na part ako nung paggawa ng batas na yon. And then the one on the left is Dr. Joel Marciano of the Philippine Space Agency. And when it was being conceptualized way back in 2012, 2013, I was part already of the team na nagsusulat about it, um, synthesizing what the scientists have been saying. And yeah, wala akong alam sa technical communication, wala akong alam sa space science, but I tried. Like, as in, kapal lang ng mukha talaga yung meron ako. And the last picture here is with other like leading scientists. We're developing programs for science education for high school students. Um, yeah, so is it my guts or is it my smarts? Well, I would say na kapal ng mukha is the spark, but your passion and your grit are the fire that will light the way. Um, it always, I mean, sometimes you all just need a nudge. Um, when you're feeling like a little bit out of place, when you're feeling a little bit like um, nervous or anxious, and Kapano can take you further. But at the same time, it's not the end all and be all, ano. So you still have to do your work. You still have hard work to push you through. But your passion and grit will be very important in taking you further along after what Kapal na Mukha did for you. So yeah, thank you very much for listening to me. And I have social media accounts, but I'm using them mostly for work. You can follow me. You can ask me questions there as well. I'll try to answer whenever I can. Um, Again, thank you. Parang hindi ko naririnig yung crowd. Is it just me?